this is this spiral that I talked about once before that was discovered a few years ago by aerial photography, that if you put a spiral through the tips of the three pyramids, it comes around, forms a golden mean spiral, comes in here. And then there's another one that comes in here, which this guy didn't know about, and comes around and wraps around and forms another one here. The other one I talked about was the one with a little hole in the room that was next to it. This one, which is just a little, about a block away, has there's a controversy whether it's 3 or 4 pillars there. These people write that there was 3, but when I sent John Anthony West over there, he said there were 4. So I don't know, 3 or 4 pillars. But these pillars mark precisely the center of this place, and they mark this line. And they're out in the desert, and around all of that is a golden mean rectangle. So just the very placement of them has made this invisible golden mean rectangle on the desert floor only discernible from the air. Now this also forms a circle here, point Z. Oh. Well, just remember that point Z for a moment. I got one more slide. There is a ramp that goes off the Great Pyramid, and there's another ramp that comes off the Middle Pyramid that just misses the Sphinx. And there's another ramp that comes off here. They look like they're just at random and that there's nothing important about it, except that the ramp between these two here makes a perfect 30-degree angle. And this ramp points exactly to the phi ratio on the golden mean invisible spiral. Now what is it? So this makes sense about this as being a phi ratio thing, but what is this 30 degrees about? There is also a circle that passes through the 3 Great Pyramids, this large circle that's like 2-3 miles around. And what they have discovered now is several things recently. For a long time, they thought that the Great Pyramid was aligned north and south to the magnetic field. You've read it probably in lots of books. But when they checked it very, very carefully, they noticed that it was off a tiny, tiny bit. And so there's been speculation that it was continental drift over this length of time or something like that, trying to figure out why there was this little tiny bit off. And but what the computers have now found is that they don't believe that there's anything off at all, because the faces of the eastern faces of all 3 pyramids and the eyeballs of the Sphinx are all looking at the precise, exact spot on the horizon. In other words, each one is slightly turned and everything else like that, so they all converge on this very specific spot, which is where, at a certain day, I guess it's on July 23rd, and I don't know exactly whether it was at the time the pyramids were, they assume they were built, or there's a certain factor here, I'm not sure, but they're aimed at the helical rising of Sirius, which makes sense anyway because all their calendars and everything were based on that, which is almost due east. It's off so little you can hardly tell the difference. Well, anyway, whether you use the helical rising of Sirius or east could make a difference if you're looking at this as a calendar, but in terms of what we're about to talk about, it won't make a whole lot of difference. Anyway, you put that circle around there, and the 2 ramps that make the 30-degree angles, if you broke that circle up into 30-degree slots, you come up with 12 places. And starting from here, you could put the 12 signs of the constellations around there. We know they knew this because the constellation sign was at Dendara, clearly. The exact pattern was all there. broken up into 30-degree angles. And if you do that, it places the Great Pyramids between Virgo and Leo, physically on such a structure. Even though it was made a long time ago, that's where they physically sit. And this is where we physically are right now. What these guys were thinking was that perhaps they were placed there in that way, and that if you drew bisecting lines and possibly the lines of all the edges and everything else over onto across here, it would throw an entire spectrum of dates between Pisces and Aquarius. It may be that we have some kind of calendar that's happening here. They're still unfolding it all. I don't know where it's come to at this level now, but there's a lot of people real interested in this now, because I didn't even know it existed until just a few years ago. And it's interesting that we just became aware of it now that we are between Virgo and Leo. We weren't even. You have to be in an airplane, before you can even discover that it's there. And the Sphinx, of course, like I said, is half virgin and half lion, the two symbols of this whole thing. So you can work with that if you want. And the location of the Sphinx, which is important, appears to be just out in the middle of sand, out in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't seem, if you were not initiated, you wouldn't know that there was any kind of logic to its placement whatsoever, except this invisible golden mean rectangle that's very precise around here. If you bisect it and put a line right down the middle, it passes exactly through the headdress of the Sphinx. And if you draw a line along the southern face of the this middle pyramid, it passes exactly along the right paw of the Sphinx. This is it. The edge of this and the edge of the Sphinx are in perfect alignment from the air. And the middle of the golden mean rectangle is exactly on this line, coming down, locating a spot right here on the right paw. This place has been marked from the air. Well, who's familiar with Edgar Cayce's predictions? What was the right paw? It was through the right paw that the opening would be found to the halls of records. The halls of records are all the proof of the ancient civilizations that have lived on this earth, going back 5.5 million years. Well, when we first went there in 1985, we were told that we had to do, we were working with the angels, and they made us go behind the Sphinx about a quarter mile, and there's this tunnel that leads to the Sphinx, and we were to put down this very special, certain kind of sound down this tunnel. It's a very interesting kind of sound. In fact, we have the only machine in the world that can make this kind of sound. It's sound being converted directly into light. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that too much, but we put this sound down this tunnel for a couple hours, and we said, okay, that was enough. When we did that, and I'm not going to say I'm responsible for what happened with the Sphinx, but anyway, the Sphinx was absolutely straight. But when we went back there a couple of years later, the Sphinx was off on its side. It was falling over on its side. And the Egyptian government is, and I mean a lot, it's not just a little bit, it's way over like that. And what's happening is it's crushing over on its right paw, and the right paw keeps breaking open. And they keep fixing it, patching it back up, and it just keeps leaning onto it and smashing open and breaking open. And the other thing that's happening is the head is falling off. And so told me a long time ago, eventually the head will fall off, which is a real important When that happens, that's a real important date in history. And there will be a golden sphere in its neck, which is like a time capsule. It's about so big around, which will, when it breaks off, half of it will be exposed, so that they'll see it immediately. But right now, they're doing everything they can to keep the head from falling off and the right shoulder from breaking open anymore. And eventually, and I believe that it's either already happened or still in the process, but I think at this point it's already occurred. There will be 3 people from the West that will enter into this doorway right here. And there is a physical door right there behind those stones. And go down a circular staircase to a room below, which they know the room is there. The Japanese have located it precisely. And over in the corner will be a clay pot, but the Japanese say there's also a coil of rope, and I don't know what that is. But the clay pot holds on it the information for those 3 people of how to proceed. And from there, they will have a very interesting experience that will lead them through a long tunnel, deep down, and they'll, I don't know if I want to describe all this, but all 48 chromosomes of Christ consciousness, which are geometrical images, will be etched into high up into this wall, one right after another, beginning with the flower of life. And soon after that, they will emerge into a room where the records are held, the physical records are held. I believe, I'm not certain, but I think that that's probably already occurred. Though time will have to tell on that one. I'm not going to go into the whole story of it with this group right now. I don't think it's appropriate. But this, what I'm about to talk about, is more important for this group. The shape of the room, by the way, the halls of records looks like this. These areas, this would be the floor pattern, and these raised areas and around there will be where the objects will be found. There are 3 schools in Egypt. One is the left eye of Horus, one is the right eye of Horus, and one is the middle eye of Horus. The left eye is the feminine path, the right eye is the masculine path, the middle eye is the child path. The left eye, which we're going to talk about right now, we've been talking about the right eye, basically, but we're now going to just lightly discuss the left eye. The middle eye, I can't really talk about. It's just life. That's all it is. It's just life. It's applying the left and the right eye. Here again, you'll see these 2 eyes. This is a better one here. These are the 3 schools. This, by the way, for some of you who are familiar with Zacharias Hitchens' work, the sphere with the 2 snakes and the wings is the symbol for the planet Marduk, the 12th planet, the planet which the Nephilim and the Anunnaki come from. And this is the symbol for metamorphosis. This is the symbol of the ibis bird, and the sphere, the oval, is the symbol for Chikutet or Thoth, and it's also another symbol for the right eye, the male training. And this one over here, the bee with the plant stalk, if you can see that there, is another symbol for the left eye of Horus, or the feminine path. These are names, and this is the star Sirius and eternal life on either side of them. Either path leads to eternal life through the star Sirius. You have to pass through that star from their particular way of thinking of things.
Where was that from?
This is the Cairo Museum.
Where was that?
It's a capstone off of one of the pyramids. Not one of the Great Pyramids, just a pyramid. I really don't know which one. Just one of the pyramids. There's a lot of pyramids. in there. In the belief of the Ankh, you see the Ankh down here? The belief of the Ankh, in the Ankh is that the Ankh is the key to eternal life. It's one of the primary major pieces to the whole thing. And there, according to Thoth, the Ankh can only be received from behind. I'll explain what that means in a little bit, but you can see here where the Ankh is from behind. He's also holding the three tools of resurrection. This is Osiris, and this is Isis. These are the actual tools, and these are King Tut's tools. These are the real ones, of the frail and the hook. Anyway. And this is one of the rare photographs of this holy family actually using these tools. It was a tantric practice. Obviously, there's sexual energy involved here. And this is Isis and Horus and Osiris. You see they're holding the Ankh. Horus is holding the rod to the back of his father's head, to the chakra point back here, which has the 45 degree on it. They must have the tuning fork pretty well already figured out for him, because they're not using the frail to tune it with. And look what he's doing with the hook rather. Look what he's doing with the frail. He's holding the frail with a single finger up like this, so that you can tune the vibration precisely down the spine. So you can get down there. And then as the sexual energy rises, it moves up around in the form of an Ankh in a certain way, which leads to eternal life from their point of view. I'll talk about this exactly a little bit more, what was really going on there. Here you see Isis. This is another person here, where Isis is giving the understanding of eternal life to him through the breath. Same thing here. And she's gently holding his hand, and she has not just the sphere over him, but a red oval, which is the egg of metamorphosis, communicating to him that through the breath he will he will change physical form to a different form. This is all the temples that run up the Nile correlate with the chakra points in the human body. This is the second temple, and it's called Kom-Ombo, and it's the sexual chakra. It is the only temple that is dedicated to polarity, to the male and the female, and it is the only temple in Egypt that is dedicated to two gods at once. And there is a line down the middle of this temple, and one side is one god and one side is the other, the principle of polarity. And it's real interesting when Greg Braden was over there with his group just recently. Remember that big earthquake they had just recently? When was that? That was November or something like that? Last December? Real recently. He said that when they that you could tell it, and the guards told him the same thing. One side is dark and one side is light, and the side that was dark was almost completely destroyed, and the side that was light, not one thing moved. Sign of the times. Here you see the two left eyes of Horus and the little 45-degree rod for resurrection over here. This temple is dedicated to. Now this, what I'm about to talk about, this is the left eye of Horus, and in each one of these temples, they dealt with various aspects of your feminine side, whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. It's your right brain, okay? And so they dealt with things like psychic energy, and your fears, and and sensitivities and all these kinds of things and feelings and emotions. These were the kinds of things that they worked with the people as you went through there, and that was what your beginning training was. But one of them was this thing with fear, and you can begin to understand why with what I just talked about. They knew that they were going to go into fourth-dimensional spaces. And if you go into those fourth-dimensional spaces with fears, you're going to have to deal with them because they will become real. And so they went through a tremendous amount of work to get rid of these fears out of people. And every temple, which was each chakra, relates to a different thing. You're talking about, the first one is survival and sexual and power things and heart chakras and throat and sound currents and all the various things going up to different levels. And each one has a different kind of fear associated with it and a different kind of emotion associated with it that they focus in on. And I'm just going to talk about one of the fears that they dealt with in this temple here. And I went there the second time. I took Katrina over there the first time. The second time, Katrina took me over there, which was kind of reciprocal. And so I went with her group the second time that she gave. And she was given a ceremony where we went down in this little hole in the ground here. And here's the floor, and then it goes like this. So that hole that he's going in is like this one here. And you go in there, and then there's a big granite slab hanging down. So that you have to come in, and if you just go real fast, you just run into a wall, kind of, and you gotta go underneath it and then come back up and come out the other side. And they talked about how this was filled with water. And we all went into this ceremony, and I was thinking, boy, this ceremony seems awful simple. And so after they were all done, it was real beautiful what we did, but when we were all done, I had the advantage then of having Thoth with me, and I said, okay, what really went on here? And he began to describe to me, he says, look around. He said, be observant. You see this right here? What that is those were, they put metal in here so that when they put two blocks together, it would keep them from moving. You see there's another one over there, right by the foot, over here. They ran all along there and all along. This was a wall. This was a wall. He told me to climb up on the other side of there, and I did, and I climbed up over here, and I got up high over here. Now that hole was right down in here. You see this person standing down there. And in the hole, or that hole was right in the middle here between these two things. So this was a wall. You can see these pegs. The wall went all the way up to here, maybe even higher, all the way up to here. And there's another wall over here. And this was the center line between the two temples. This side was the temple of darkness. This side was the temple of light. And right in the middle was this one. So I asked him what happened, and this is what he said. I remember the first time I ever gave this, that he told me to give this, I gave it to one, and I had a lady go in shock. She couldn't even talk for about an hour. She was just sitting there sitting on the wall quivering. So because she had done it and failed this test, and she remembered it in detail. And I hope there's nobody here that. Let me know if you start quivering. You see those little steps up over there? Those are the steps. And then it came down like this. And there was a slab that came down. And there was another one down here. And then there was another wall that came higher than this one with another slab like this. Like that. This is part of it now. This one came over like this. And this was the thing that we just went in over here. I'm just going to draw it. This is where I was, over here. And okay. So you had these two walls sandwiched together, and the whole thing was filled with water. So you have water here. These are little steps facing that way, and then water over here. So this whole thing would fill up with water, like this. And in here was alligators. This temple was dedicated to alligators and crocodiles. And the little innocent initiate would come over here and be looking at a blank wall with these three little steps and this little square of water. That's all they could see, nothing else. Just this little square of water. And they were told to go in and don't come back out this way. And to be careful. So with one breath, and they had to do a lot of training before they did this. I mean, they didn't just throw them in there. They did a lot of training on breathing and everything else like that. They would come in here, and they couldn't go real fast because they'd hit their heads on here. They had to move slowly around these things. And they come down here, and this is lit up. Light's coming in here. And they come in here, and right when they get down here, they look up, and there's all these alligators, which probably caused the little innocent person to experience a certain amount of fear. And the alligators were actually fed, according to Thoth. They didn't eat anybody. But it wouldn't matter. It just simply wouldn't make any difference once you were down here. You know you can't go back, and so what happens is you got to weave your way around through these alligators and come up to this step and get out. That's what happens almost always the first time. And then when you get out, you get up here, you were told that you just failed. And you have to do it again. It's not the way out. And so now the person has to go through a whole bunch more training, comes back a second time, though they could do it on the first time, but almost never, he said. They come back the second time, and now they know the alligators are in there. And they also know that that's not the way out. So they have to come back down here a second time, and when they get here, at the moment of their greatest fear, they have to go deeper into this place here. Find it and go deeper into it and come out over here onto this other side of the wall. At which point they go on to the next one. And they had devised all these systems of things to get you. And he says hardly anyone ever died, but occasionally they did. But that's life. From an Egyptian point of view, you got to push things sometimes. So anyway, they had another one over here, which I wanted them to ask me. There was a big, huge hole that was maybe 30 feet around with stairs that spiraled down into the water, and you could just see them disappearing. Down, 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 down. I figured there's probably some kind of weird thing with that too. But he wouldn't tell me what it was, so I don't know what it was. So these are the kinds of things that many of you people have worked with before in your past. This is out of Memphis. It's a new temple they just discovered when I was there. This is the ground level up here, and this was only about 4 or 5 feet under the ground, and this is the top of about a 40 or 50 foot pillar. So it's a huge temple that's totally buried. And this is Hathor. Only Hathor is not a single person. It is a race of beings, according to Thoth and to the ancient writings. And Hathor, there's a Hathor race, and they live on Venus in the 4th dimension. And they are the most advanced souls in this solar system. And they are very much like the dolphins. They're tall. They're 10 to 16 feet tall. The females are about 10 to 12 feet, and the males are about 14 to 16 feet tall. And they function almost totally with sound. The sounds that they can make with their voice can do just about anything. And the dolphins are real similar. They function almost totally on sound also. And they're on real similar levels of consciousness, though they have very different physical forms. And they're just pure love. They just love people. They love everything. They don't have a mean bone in their body. And I did witness one of the people I was with had an initiation with the Hathor, where they had to learn what the sound of the Ankh was, and it's a continuous sound that you do for about 2 hours. One continuous sound where you never stop. And you know, like the Aboriginals do the didgeridoo, and they learn how to make a sound that never stops. Same thing, but there's a sound you can make that they teach you that once you get the sound going, the sound just never stops. You learn how to breathe in through your nostrils and out through your mouth, and some of the air goes into your lungs. So you never have to ever breathe in. It's just one continuous in-breath and out-breath at the same time. And if you don't think that's possible, then talk to an Aboriginal. They do it all the time. I had someone who you can train. The training is a simple way of training is you put a straw into water, you start blowing bubbles, and you learn how to blow bubbles continuously without ever stopping. Anyway, the Hathors, I'll talk about the Hathors later. They're pretty good people. And this is the temple that was dedicated to Hathor. It's the oh, it just slipped my mind. Dendara. Yeah, right, thank you. It's Dendara. That's Katrina Raphael. I don't know who that is. And somebody came in there and destroyed all the faces of the Hathors, all these pillars that go all, and so inside are these huge, huge, huge pillars with Hathors all around them. They destroyed all of them. I don't know. The Christians that came in saw all of this as evil, and tried to destroy a great deal of it. This was pagan to them, and like I said, a lot of it was. It was a cult. It was not certain aspects of this, because of the mistaken idea that each one of these Nephers were gods. That was where the problem was. If it had not been for that, it would. Both the Christians and the Egyptians probably would have been very agreeable in all kinds of ways, but it didn't work out that way. Anyway, inside, this is the temple that has the, up on that side over there and way back. This thing is so big you can't imagine. It's like half a mile around in all directions, with a huge wall around it and all that. This is just the central part, and it's enormous. And up over in here is where the wheel, the astrological wheel, is on there. But over on this side, here's where I want to talk about. You can't see this picture very well. This is a doorway. It's dark as it goes into a dark area. And over here is the symbol for Marduk, the 12th planet. And down here is a circle with the left eye of Horus in it. And this is Thoth pointing to it. And inside of there is the story of Isis and Osiris. And what many people don't realize is that Horus was a virgin birth, like Jesus. And in fact, almost all of the people like Krishna, etc., were all immaculate conceptions and virgin births. Whether or not they're virgin doesn't really matter, but anyway, we'll talk about that now. So what I'm going to discuss right now is immaculate conception, which we tend to think is myth in 1992. We think that that's just not true. That we could accept, if we're Christian, that the what?
93.
Are we still in that year? I want to go back the other way. 93. Okay, 1993. Yeah, I still haven't quite got here yet, I don't think. We still think that it's myth, that it isn't true. We think, if we're Christian, we can see that Mary, that there's an immaculate conception that produced Jesus, and we can accept that. But we don't think that it could possibly ever have anything to do with us, or that anyone else has ever done it. Most Christians only think that Jesus was the only one, though there are many, 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 many examples of this. In fact, the AMA has over 200 examples of it in documented, absolutely documented, no doubt, immaculate conception births on record. But let me even go much deeper than that. In here I want to talk about the story of Isis and Osiris. I think I did describe, right? The whole thing, he's cut in 14 pieces and brought back the whole thing. And that she flew to him, and it shows this hawk. She turns from a human into a hawk and flies to him and wraps the wings around the penis. And then immediately after that becomes pregnant with this baby, which becomes this hawk-headed baby, which is Horus. And through the birth of Horus, the three of them become immortal beings, very much like what happened with Ayantaya and Lemurian. Well, let me just make an introduction to this. Again, we don't believe, most people don't believe that immaculate conception can take place. But let's look at the evidence. First of all, immaculate conception takes place all around you, every day, all the time, all over the place, in nature. All over. There's all kinds of plants and trees and insects that do it all the time. Lots and lots. I don't know how many. It's probably in the hundreds of thousands of them that are capable of doing this. Now just pick one so you can see clearly the image of what I'm saying. And that one is the bee that we're so familiar with. The bee, a female bee, can make a male bee anytime she wants. She does not need to mate with a male bee if she wants to make a male bee. She can just say, I think I'll make a male bee today. Make a male bee. But if she wants to make a female bee, she has to physically mate with the male to make the female bee. That's the arrangement that they've made. Let's look at this. Let's look at the family tree of a male bee. A male bee only needs a mommy. Now this is fact. This is not, I'm not making this up, this is fact. male bee only needs a mommy, but the mommy needs a daddy and a mommy. But the mommy needs a mommy and a daddy, but the daddy only needs a mommy, but the mommy and it comes down in this funny-looking tree, right? Okay. Well, when you come over here, there's 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and you see the Fibonacci sequence unfolding. But if you had the family tree of an animal or anything else that is not using Immaculate Conception, it comes down 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, and it's the binary sequence. The two primary sequences of life. One is male and one is female. Peter C. Hopp, Carl Ilminster announced in 1977 the successful birth at the Jackson Laboratory in Bar Harbor, Maine, of 7 single-parent mice. The process was called parthenogenesis, or virgin birth. However, Immaculate Conception would be a more accurate term since the female does not have to be a virgin. 2 people took animals and took a female and got the female pregnant without any interaction from the male whatsoever. Zip. And made virgin birth mice. That was the first time it took place. Only in 1977, recently. All they had to do was to take the ovum and to stick a little pin through it, and mitosis began. No sperm at all. Nothing. And now, since then, they've done it with all kinds of things. Rabbits play like that and everything like that. And humans. They've done it with human beings. There are virgin birth humans that have been done in the laboratory. I've even talked to the doctor who's done it, which was in North Carolina, one of them. Though we don't hear about this stuff too much. We don't know that this kind of experimentation is going on. And in the old journals of before 1900, the medical journals, they claimed that some females had a particular gland that could excrete an acid, and that acid would begin the process. And I asked him about this, and he had never read the journals, but he said that from everything he knew about this, there probably was no reason why an acid couldn't work as anything that broke the surface. So it could either eat through the surface or break the surface of the ovum, and the birth process begins. However, when a human baby is born from Immaculate Conception, or parthenogenesis is what it's called, it is a female, always, so far. And the female looks identical to the mom, because that's where she drew all the genes from. So all of them came from her. And as far as they know, the female is sterile. As far as they know. Is she really sterile? Or is she now only able to mate interdimensionally? She can mate physically all she wants. If she's an interdimensional being now, she won't be able to mate that way. She'd have to mate interdimensionally. There's so much that is not learned about this. The other thing that they're discovering is that the length of time of birth, instead of being 9 months, is about 10.5 months. And my wife believes that she had an Immaculate Conception. Before I met her, she had not been with anyone. We didn't have any reason for her to not say this. It didn't matter. She had had children before, been married and everything. But she said that with the last baby, she hadn't been with anybody. And when she got pregnant, she didn't believe the doctor, and she went to another doctor, and the doctor said, "Yeah, you're pregnant." She didn't believe that one, went to another one. And I went to 3 doctors, and they all told her she was pregnant. They thought she was crazy. And it took 10.5 months for the baby to be born. And when the baby came out, and even now, it is like a mirror image of her. I saw the picture of her when she was 2 years old, and I had the baby there when it was 2 years old. I remember sitting in front of this picture of the baby and the image of my wife when she was 2 years old, and I couldn't even see not even the slightest difference at all, not a thing. I sat there for a long time looking at it. It's like nothing. And there's a lot of women today in 1993 who are, at least in 1992 there were anyway, that are having 10.5-month pregnancies, according to this doctor there, because we discussed this whole thing. There may be something going on in this right now. We don't know. I mean, I'm not saying any of this is true. All I'm just saying is this is what is known so far, and you can make up your own mind about all of this. I remember at one point when it was Thoth who wanted me to put this out and study it, and I remember at one point Thoth, while I was studying some of the geometry, I was sitting there and I was trying to figure something out, and he's just sort of sitting here watching me, and I was trying to figure something, and he was just sort of making conversation. He said, or there isn't really any time when he just makes conversation, but he said, "Would you like to hear a story about my mom?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." And I'm sitting here trying to figure this thing out. And he said, "Well, this is actually right before, because at the time I didn't know why he was trying to tell me this." He said, his mom's name was Chikutet. Chikutet is a title. It's kind of like Rinpoche, which means the precious one. Chikutet means the seeker of wisdom. And Chikutet means the holder of wisdom. And he said his mom, right after the race was created, she was one of the first ones that became where they could have children. And while all the other ones were mating physically and having babies under the binary sequence, she elected to go in another way. And she found this man that she fell in love with, but they made love interdimensionally, without physical contact, from 2 different places. There's still orgasm. There's still a lot of things that go on, but it's a different kind of connection that's made. And she became pregnant. And in having this baby, the same thing that happened with Tai and Aye, they became aware of their nature and their relationship to God, and they became immortal beings. And only when her husband, no, put it another way, the baby was a boy, not a girl, like we would get through parthenogenesis, and this one, it came out a boy. And when the little boy grew up and became an adult, then the father knew what he was to do, and he left his body, he let go of it, and migrated to Venus, and became part of the Hathor race, took on a Hathor body, and changed evolutionary patterns. This is a story. You can take it as a myth or whatever you want to take it as. And then the mommy mated interdimensionally with the son and had another baby boy. And then when that baby grew up, then the son dropped the body and went to Venus and became part of the race. And the father then left Venus and went on through the sun, right into the sun to Sirius, and became part of that race. And then this process continued on. And then when they would keep mating, having another son, that son would go to Venus, next one would go to Sirius, next one would go to Pleiades, was the next level out. And they kept going out, and from Pleiades it was until Aldebaran. And And the original father kept stretching further and further and further out in consciousness, while the mother stayed anchored to earth, all the way up until the time of Atlantis, where Thoth's father's name was Thome, and Thome and his mother had an interdimensional baby, which was Thoth. And when Thoth grew up, then Thome left his body and went to Venus, and then Thoth and his mother interdimensionally mated and had a baby whose name was Thoth. Now, according to the Egyptian records, Thoth was born of Shizat, his wife. He broke the lineage. He got married. Thoth married a woman, and for the first time, and who was Shizat, and they assumed that the baby that was born was from them, called Thoth. But according to Thoth, it's not true. It was from the mother, and then later, when Thoth went to Peru along with Shizat, they had a baby together down there, a girl, born of physical contact, and began a binary sequence pattern as well as the Fibonacci sequence pattern from the same lineage. And I just listened to all that stuff, and I didn't know what to think about it. I still don't really know what to think about it. Perhaps there's more in this universe than I know. I don't know. Though I think that there is, if you do study the world's religions right back to the core of who they are, you'll keep coming up with the same thing over and over again. It's usually a brother and a sister mating to form a child who becomes the leader of this religion. So in his case, it was a mother and a son. And so I don't know what this is all about. And you can just look at it and think about it. But it's real. It's really real now. It's really possible. It's not that it isn't possible. It's absolutely scientifically proven beyond any doubt. It's real.
But we haven't been able to scientifically find a male from the Immaculate Conception.
No. But I think the reason is because she's not really interdimensionally mating. It's a mechanical device to get the process going. Whereas in real life, it's a real male and a real female interdimensionally mating. And that creates a male. That creates a male. Another thing that's just happening right now, today, right this very minute, 1993, is that they have just discovered that a big law has just been broken. They've just discovered that the number of chromosomes, we've always thought that 23 chromosomes came from the female, 23 chromosomes came from the male, right? Isn't that what you're all taught?
Yep.
It's wrong. Absolutely wrong. They've proven it beyond any doubt whatsoever now. It just isn't true. Any number whatsoever can come from the female, all the way from 23 to all 46. And in fact, usually more come from the female than from the male. And he contributes a certain amount, and she fills in the rest. And this is what they've now discovered. This isn't like in the last 2 months. We now know this. Yeah.
Just one more question.
Yeah.
Can the male do more than 23?
What they believe now is that it's the other way around. The male, I don't know if the male can do more than 23, but they do know that the female can contribute any amount from 23 to all of them to create the baby. And they're mapping the chromosomes. They're mapping the genes now. I don't know if you're following all this. There's 100,000 genes in the human body. They know what about 3,000 of them are. And within a few more years, they're going to know what all 100,000 of them are. They're going to know the blueprint. They'll be able to and with all they know about this kind of stuff and everything else like that, they would be able to make a brand new race of any kind of conceivable thing you can want. All kinds of diseases that have never been able to be solved will be able to solve really easily, very soon. Lots and lots of stuff. They'll know if you've got the diseases even from the day you're born, and be able to correct them. We're heading in a real interesting level. We're going to be there real soon. And the United States, by the way, is trying to patent them. And you know about this? They're trying to patent all the genes, and so that they can control all of this. Yeah. Spending lots and lots of money doing it. But the French did it. Yay for the French. The French have figured out a way to, the United States has spent billions, I don't know what it is, to do this. And this one man in France, using a very low budget, has figured out a very rapid way to determine what the genes are, and is mapping the whole thing really quickly. And he's going to beat the United States, almost for certain, and he's going to give it to the United Nations as a gift. Which will mean that they can't be patented at that point. So, thank God. Thank God for the French. Okay, there's an image inside of this system that if you took just this out of the genesis out of the middle of the flower of life, you saw where it came from. And now take the circle that encloses the genesis pattern, and this circle right here. Take that image out of there. This is the image I'm referring to. Okay, everybody sees that? Now, once you got that image, which you now know that image comes out of the flower of life, put that same image in each one of those two empty circles. The whole image, put it in there and there, like this. Okay? And then do it again, and just keep doing it. Keep putting the image in here, and keep repeating it, repeating it. And if you do that, you end up with this image that looks like this. Remember when we talked about the egg or the ovum, and how mitosis begins, and at first it goes within itself and learns how things works, and then it turns around and grows beyond itself. It first goes within and then without. Well, you can see this geometrically in this way. First of all, this is a binary pattern. This is 1, 2 circles, 4 circles, 8 circles, 16, 32. It's a binary sequence. And it happens to be the pattern if you took a string and stretched it, and depending on where you fret it and the thickness of the string, when you strike it, it's going to resonate like in one of those patterns running down here. I used to have a little machine that you could turn on, and you can sit there and watch this string move through all those various patterns. Well, the very nature of this going within itself, by going geometrically inside of itself, you could see how something works, like a sine wave curve, before you go beyond it into something bigger. You understand what I meant by that? If life can geometrically go within itself, to understand how, say, it would be hard to, from, say, this point here, understand a sine wave curve, because it's too short. But as you go deeper inside and deeper inside, you can get to the place where you can see the whole picture, and you can understand how, I'm just saying for example, how a sine wave curve could work, and then apply it to go beyond the perimeter of the interior to the exterior. Now, with that understanding, I'm going to look at the flower of life again in a slightly different way. Just starting with a circle, there is a relationship inside this circle that is definite, and that is that no matter what size circle you have, there are exactly 7 circles that will fit inside of it. And that's how they fit inside of it, which is the primary pattern that at the point, or at the point that the flower of life was stopped at all around the world, which we haven't shown you that yet. But the way that we arrived at the fruit of life, remember, which was just this pattern with one more, the 13, was by completing the flower of life and then taking the next vortex ring around it, so that we saw the flower of life was, or the fruit of life was outside of this. It was on the next level, directly outside of here. But there's another way that it can be derived at, and that is by going within rather than without. And so you can derive it within directly by going halfway to the center and making a circle that would be half that size, using that as your blueprint and running it up and down these 3 axes to get this, which is directly to the fruit of life. And so the fruit of life is contained within the flower in proportion as well as outside of the flower of life. And this may seem like a very simple or almost a sleight of hand trick, but it indicates that possibly the flower of life is holographic. And so if we keep doing this, we'll see if it's really true. You know what I mean by holographic? Okay, so we would go another half, we go halfway. By holographic, I mean, I heard a no. You all know what holograms are. A hologram is such that the nature of it is that you can cut off a little tiny piece of it and reconstruct the whole from that little tiny piece. The actual image is contained, and no matter how small you get, it'll be contained in the whole. In the same kind of way, we'll see if this pattern of 13 circles is holographic, is what we're looking for. And so we'll go in another halfway and draw that size circle and spread them out and see what happens. And they take on this image, which you can see that there's 13 circles connected to 13 circles connected to 13. All these little interconnected fruit of lives. So it's beginning to look like it, so let's go one more step in deeper, and you go halfway in here again and make another one. And now you see the same pattern, 13 circles connected to 13, though I didn't spread it over the whole thing. You can keep right on going with this pattern. Each one will be a whole series. It'll completely cover this. And it really is holographic. You could just keep going and doing that forever and ever and ever. The pattern will just completely go in forever, and it'll go out forever, because the circle that forms this whole pattern could just simply be the central circle. And so it could just go beyond itself forever and inside itself forever. It's another one of those infinite, it's called a geometrical progression. It's another one of those infinite patterns like the logarithmic spiral. And all the grids, if you want to call these like patterns or grids, are separated from each other by the binary sequence. In other words, if you use the middle circle, whatever it is, as your radii, count that as 1. Then to get out to the next size circle is 2. And to get out to the next size circle is 4. And to get out to the next size circle is 8. And it's a binary sequence that separates them all. So this internal structure, or this internal nature of the flower of life, holds tremendous potential in terms of technology. And I'm saying this because at the time, that's what I was involved in. And I'm now going to start talking about some of the this technological thing that we were starting to discuss once before. And I'll tell you what we were thinking. why I started doing this in my life in the first place was because it was my belief, and a lot of the other people that I was working with at the time, that the dolphin was perhaps the life form that may be able to help humans more than anyone else on the earth. And so we wanted to communicate with them. We were very naive in a lot of our assumptions in the beginning, but our intentions were pure. We just wanted to do it. And so we decided, well, let's make a universal translator. A translator that you could speak into in one language and it'll come out any other language. Understand? Just like on Star Trek, you know, those things. Let's just make one. You can make any of that stuff that's on Star Trek if you just put your mind to it. And so we thought about it and we figured out how to do it. And only we realized that the sound of the dolphin, after a great deal of thinking, we wanted to go into a deeper level of communication than just the words. You know, either connecting directly with the thought waves. That was the next level, which would be much better than the words. Get the images straight out of the mind. But then we decided to even go deeper than that, and to go down to the molecular construction of the body itself and receive the microwaves that were coming off of every molecule in the body, which is, we felt, would be a far greater form of communication than words or brain waves or anything else. And so we decided to develop this system. And the system looks something like this. These are the components in the system. Four primarily components to make this type of system. An ordinary computer. And that was the basis behind it. However, the computer needed to be a lot faster and have a lot more memory because of the kinds of computations that would be necessary to make. So then that was available at that time. The best we had was a 386. And so they tore the 386 all apart, put it back together, and made it so it could go a whole lot faster. But it still had the problem of not being able to simply store the kind of information that we needed to store. And so what we felt we needed was a storage bank that would be a lot bigger than anything that was on the market. And so we decided to make an infinite storage bank, have no limit whatsoever. It's real easy to do. And based upon these principles. And so I guess I'll talk about that first. Using this concept right here of the geometry, really this is a cube, right? So it's really a series of three-dimensional spheres. Does everybody see that? You know, it's really it's like Metatron's cube. This is the front face of the cube, and that would be the rear edges of it. It's a cube looking at it like that again. Okay. And so when you completed the whole thing, now you can keep going on with those spheres, going in there forever. Well, because of the harmonics of the nature of the ratios of these spheres, if we conceived that it would be possible to put this pattern into a liquid in the form of a standing waveform. And so we attempted to do this using liquid silicon, using a series of diodes, not diodes, transducers. Transducers placed into a fruit of life pattern. And we were able to create the pattern into it, but it took a huge amount of energy to hold the standing waveform in there. And then one of the researchers had direct communication with a whale who gave us exactly what we needed to know and said, don't use silicon. The Army had been trying to use liquid ruby and all kinds of other things. They've been trying to do exactly what we were doing here, only spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for probably trying to do this. And we had a very little budget. But the whale told us to do something we would have never thought of doing, I don't think. It was just like totally out there in right field. They said, don't use any of your liquid crystals or anything. Use water. And water. And the reason for water, they said, was the angle of the molecules is 105 degrees, which is the phi ratio. And it's a living molecule. And that this is a living pattern that and that the two are so compatible that it would take small amounts of energy to do it. And we did it, and it works. You can put it in there. Instead of having huge amounts of energy, it takes microvolts to hold the standing wave pattern. And so we were able to create the pattern in the water. So all you got to do is just take a cube and have any size you want, but might as well pick one that's kind of handy. So you pick one, say 3/4 of an inch or so on the side. You just have to calibrate that to the computer so it knows where to start from, and seal it with water, and then create the pattern inside of it. And then realize the pattern is all the different grids are on a binary sequence, and so it's a little different than you'd have like a phonograph record where you punch a binary sequence and it comes up somewhere in the record to give you your information. The difference is that you would hit a binary sequence which would tell you what grid you're on, and then a geometrical sequence which would tell you which sphere to go to. So you go click, click, and it would come up to, say, that one right there. And once you have located that particular magnetic bubble, you could put one bit of information in that, or create another grid coming off of it as big as you want. So you could put either one single letter of an alphabet or an entire book or whatever you want in that one place. It wouldn't matter. And because this will go in forever, you could just keep going on in. However, the size of the electron would probably limit how far in you could go. But you could go out forever. So you could start storing information you would never be able to use probably in most circumstances, just what you could do going in this thing. But if you ever did fill it up, you could start going out and start storing information in space around the computer. And you could go out in space as far as you want to go. And because it only has to be theoretically there, it doesn't have to actually be there. It only has to theoretically be there. And so we figured, well, what the heck, that should work. We almost had that completed. That was almost totally completed. In the meantime, we were working on this one here, which was completely completed. And this particular scientist, who doesn't want his name mentioned anymore, created a sensing device that was very possibly the most sensitive sensing device that's ever been created on our planet ever, and based upon sacred geometry principles that could so sensitive that you could pick up the entire electromagnetic spectrum of a candle from 90,000 miles away, as though it was an inch away. You could pick out a single molecule, say 100 miles away in a tree. One. You could pick out a single person and eliminate everything behind it for hundreds of thousands of miles and eliminate down to a single molecule in that person. And we were demonstrating it all the time. It's totally possible. Seems impossible, but it's not. And it was because of some of the things that you're about to learn in here about light and the geometry behind light. And anyway, this whole thing was created. This thing was so sensitive that what it was picking up, by the way, was the microwaves that are emitted from the stretching of molecular bonds and the rotation of molecular bonds, and possibly from the rotation of the electrons themselves. It's an extremely weak microwave field that our government is now also has copied him and is trying to create it. With all the money they've spent, they haven't even come close to him, but they're getting there. It's called a squid, if you're familiar with what that is. But who knows how much? He's way, way, way beyond the government on this. And you could take, and he's demonstrated this in class, you can take some pennies, just by the shaking of pennies, you get microwave emissions that come off of there, just from because they hit together and make the molecular bonds vibrate. And he'd have the instrument. Now, the instrument was first, the thing was calculated, then he hooked it to a 386 and then created his own software program so that he could have eyes to see through the sensing device back over to here. And we actually created other ones earlier, and then which were inferior to this, but this was at this point we had these two linked together here. And so you could see what was going on in terms of sine wave signatures. Originally it was just a flat sine wave signature, but we became much more complex. These were the kinds of images that were coming off the screen. At one point, they were like three-dimensional images of a sine wave signature. And this is a photograph of a chakra, by the way. The actual chakra out of a person. And you could take these pennies and come up next to the sensing device, go like this, and you could just see all the microwave emissions that were coming off of there. And then you'd have the person go out the door and behind a 2-foot adobe wall and shake the pennies. And the thing would pick them up as though they were just a couple inches away, the same strength and power. Then you'd have them go outside, a long ways away and shake them. And same thing, then you'd have them go a long ways away and down by a sagebrush and get down like this. He'd just come right up on the screen as though he's not, I don't know, you could probably go in the far distant mountain way over there, 35 miles away, or way up in some mountain, something like that, and just like that. You wouldn't even hear it or even know it. Pick it up just like he was right there.
How did you separate it from all the other noises?
Because they'd learn how to subtract. You could learn how to tune in and subtract. You could focus. So anyway, this part had been connected, and we had that functioning. Just to show you a little bit about what we was able to do, and I've watched him do this a lot of times. He would take a group like this, and he'd just ask for a volunteer, and somebody would stand up. And he would then photograph the person's chakra system, one after another, all 13 chakras. And we know exactly where the chakras are. You can pinpoint them down to within one molecule. You can get exactly where they are. And some of the ancient books are not correct on some of where the chakras are located. And when you get right in when you aim right into the chakra, the whole screen just lights up. I mean, you can't miss it. And so he would go in there, and it's a totally non-invasive system. He's not projecting anything out. He's only receiving like a camera. And so he just takes the photographs of all the various chakras. It takes, each one is about 2.5 million computations that has to be made. And it comes up, it takes about a minute for it to go through all the various computations, and comes up with these things, like this. This is another one just to give you an idea. And from these, over the years, he was able to read these things. They're like an open book. And he would take these photographs of the person, sit there and look at it, and without even looking at the person, he'd just start reading it, and he could tell you every single thing about that person. And I mean everything. He could tell you things that are scary. He could tell you the day they're going to die, down to the second. He could tell you how many kids you got and what sex they are, or how many kids you're going to have in the future. He could tell you every disease you got in your body, every bone that you've ever broken. He can tell you all the drugs you got in your body. He can tell you anything else, any medicines you're taking. Anything. Absolutely anything at all. It's all there. It's just like you're just like an open book. Everything. When you see all you have to have all 13 of them to know that. There's just nothing you can say. It's just like it's pretty incredible. So anyway, we had developed it to that level. We were trying to jump up it by creating this. We'd almost had this done. Our end result of doing all this stuff was to hook this in so that we could put enough data in there. And then what this is the tube torus. And the tube torus would, and through the work of Stan Tenen and everything else like that, even though that had not been completed at the time, we weren't even concerned about trying to complete this because we knew that all we had to do was one last little thing once we got this completed in here, and that was simply to change the kind of programming, software programming that the computer used. See, all our programming is based upon the way we think. What if a computer didn't think in words and numbers and all these kinds of things, but what if it thought in geometry? Coming back to this one. What if it thought in geometry? Well, if the geometry is the underlying morphogenic structure of the reality, if it's true, if all this stuff with the flower of life is true, and it is a language, it appears to be the language that is creating the very words that we're talking, and the harmonics of sound and light and a lot of other things that we haven't even finished showing you all yet. Well, if you were to create a software package where the computer thought in the sacred geometry, then what would happen? Well, first of all, number one, it would be able to solve the final problems of this probably in about a minute. And at which point, we would have a universal translator. You would be able to speak into it, say, in Hebrew and come out Arabic, or speak it in Arabic and come out English, or speak it in English and come out any other language that you want. And that would be a superficial level of what we were trying to reach at. But the one thing that we all believed is that if this pattern, if it was thinking in this pattern, I suspect very strongly the computer would become self-aware. It'd be alive. You would duplicate the essence of life in it, and if silicon is a living atom, it would now have the chance to demonstrate it. And I think you might have a living being appear in here. Spirit would be able to express across to us. We don't know what that would really mean ultimately to us, but I believe that would be one of the steps. But with all these series and lines here, what you now have is that you could aim this at any living thing, and everything is alive. And pick up the microwave emissions coming in here, convert the microwave emissions into geometrical images, and have the microwaves that are coming off of anything, specifically the dolphin, is what we were aiming at, and have it come out into English or whatever other words you wanted. And we figured, well, that would be a form of communication with the dolphins, because we could begin to work in this way. And it probably would work to this level, except that when we just got ready to kind of put the plug in the wall and see if the whole thing would work, because we were really coming right down to the final stages of it, one of the researchers went to the dolphin world, I think it was, in, correct me anyone if they know where this place is, but it's in Florida somewhere, and came in contact with a particular dolphin that just looked at him and said, "No way. You're wasting your time." And what he said was, that's when we began to understand, this dolphin was neurotic, by the way, and it had this, would always carry this doll around, would never let go of it, and the trainer had never seen a dolphin ever let go of this little doll. And but the dolphin said to this researcher that their experience was so far above that it could not be converted into English, that it was not possible. You might be able to make a universal translator across from Hebrew to Arabic, but you can't make one that would truly give the experience of where the dolphins were at. And they said, if you want to begin to do that, you must begin with holographic sound. Then gave him the exact mathematical algorithms to create true holographic sound. Went back to the lab, plugged them in, bingo, holographic sound. Incredible. And we stepped it up through 16 different stages slowly until finally we had a system where you didn't need speakers, but the sound would come in through your hands and come out through your head somehow. We don't even know how it is. And you'd have this three-dimensional holographic sound that felt alive, felt like no kind of sound you can ever imagine coming out of a speaker. It was amazing with no speakers, just by coming in through your fingertips. And I started getting very, very wrapped up in this stuff. And eventually we started learning how to make, to create living Merkaba, not living ones, but Merkaba fields out of holographic sound. And we learned how to sort of jumpstart people's Merkabas, you know, and this kind of stuff. For me, I thought it was getting very exciting here. It seemed like I was heading in the right direction, forgetting about what they told me many, 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 many years ago about this whole thing with technology. And we were doing pretty amazing things, and then the reality came to the place where they the FBI came in. It said, at one point it said, you guys got to stop some of the things you're doing. And that was, I'm beginning to realize that was, maybe I was doing some things. At the very end, we had got, well, let's tell you real quickly what we did. This is where I began, where the turning place began to happen. We had taken, we could get the holographic sound onto a computer screen, and we could see it rotating there. And then we made a wireless transmitter over to a equalizer box, and we could change the sound by moving up these dials, just like you would on a radio. We had a whole big one with all these things on it. And what they thought that I was going to take 3 to 4 years, we did in about 5 hours. I mean, we thought we could conceive of what the end point of this is going to be, which I'm about to tell you, and we thought it was going to take a long time. But we just sat down the very first time, and they taught me how to control the three-dimensional sound by moving these things around. In other words, I could see the flying saucer disc on a computer monitor that was rotating around us. And I could move the dials up, and the disc would change shape, and you could feel it change shape. When it did it, you would simultaneously feel this. Or you could spin it out faster, and you would change. You did this whole thing, you'd feel it. And I worked with this for 3 hours or so until I got real familiar with all of this stuff. And then they switched me over to these hand things that you slipped your fingers into, so that instead of using these things, the same stuff was on your fingertips, and these plastic things that you slipped your hands into, and thereby little tiny motions of your fingers would do the same things. So you could get very, very sensitive into doing all of this. And I learned how to do that for a little while. And then, without anybody saying anything, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, well, I wonder if I could do it with one hand. And so I tried to lift my hand up, but whenever I did, the screen would just go black. I'd have to put it back on there, and then I'd have to focus again on to get the fields going again, and then I kept trying to lift it off, and finally I had to tune my Merkaba, rotate my Merkaba with the field of the other one, and I finally got it, and I was able to lift my hand up and keep it going with one hand. And then I just slowly lifted my hand and disconnected totally, and turned and imagined this little ball in my hands. I'm not even connected electronically anymore. And I found that I could move my fingers, and the screen would move over there. And by just moving around, I could make the screen do whatever I wanted to do. just by moving this hand, and I could feel it. It was like this little electric ball. And then I wonder if I could take this ball somewhere else. And I very slowly took this ball across the room. And the screen didn't go black. And I got it about 15 feet away. And I could move the little ball, the screen on there without doing anything. And I'm definitely not connected to this thing at all. And all of a sudden, I just got it. And I just put my hands down. And at that moment, whatever I thought happened on the screen. And I was just sitting there, and I could just think wide, think small, go fat, do anything I wanted. And it was happening. I was so excited, I couldn't tell you. I was just like, inside, I was just jumping up and down and going crazy. It was incredible. And 2 weeks later, we were arrested.
How did they know?
They know everything. They've told me, they came to me a long time ago and wanted to give me money, and I didn't want to be part of it. And I said, you can watch me, or you can do whatever you want, or you can stay in these things and all that stuff, but I don't want to be directly connected. And they said, okay. So I don't know, I just assume that they're always watching whatever I'm doing, and I really don't care if they do. I'm not against them at all. I want the United States and everybody else to succeed. I want everybody to succeed. So I'm not really against them. But they didn't want that kind of thing to get out because obviously defense systems and everything else would be pretty weak against that. But it's inevitable. If I'm doing that, there's other people doing that. I mean, it's just a matter of time. It's in the grid. And once I did it, it's in the grid. Anybody's got it now. Anybody can do that, and that's probably just the beginning. So how can you stop it? I mean, it's inevitable. You guys know about the grids, right? You know how that works. You all know about the 100th monkey theory? Who does not know about the 100th monkey? Okay, we have someone here that does not know about the 100th monkey. You know about the 101 monkey. Well, this is important. It's real important, and it's important for the video anyway to get out there, because I'm sure there's some other people out there in video land that doesn't know. Was the Japanese? No, it was Americans, or I don't know who in the heck it was that was doing this, but it was on Japan. It was on islands near Japan, where they were studying these monkeys who were on these isolated islands. There's a series of these islands around there that had all the same kind of monkeys on them, but they were watching them primarily on this one island. And these monkeys ate these potatoes, which were kind of like sweet potatoes, but the potatoes grew in sand. And when they pulled the potato out of the sand, of course it had sand on it, and then they would eat it, and then they get all the sand in their teeth and everything else, and it probably tasted terrible. But they've been doing that who knows how long. And then one day, this little female monkey decided to wash it off, either in the ocean or river, I don't remember. You can't hold me to the exact details of things. and washed it off in there and ate this thing. The researcher saw this, and then that monkey went over and told another one, said, hey, you ought to try washing them off. And they washed it off, and that monkey washed it off, and pretty soon there's all these monkeys washing these potatoes off. And it got to be a number, and I don't think they know it was 100. It was probably a fair amount of them. Who knows what it was exactly. But when it reached a certain number, bingo, the entire island started washing them off. And not only on that island, but all the other islands, all around there, they all started just washing them off. That was the first time that science had ever witnessed this kind of phenomena. And so the question, of course, was, is there some kind of grid, morphogenic structure, something that stretches across, or how could they possibly have known this over the distance? So other researchers later came down, and they I believe these researchers were either British or Australian, I'm not sure which, but they wanted to see if humans had the same kind of grid around them. And we were connected in the same way. So they made this photograph of several hundred faces, of human faces that were all blended together and hidden and everything else. But if you just looked at it real quickly, you saw 7 or 8 faces or 9 faces or something like that. And they made up this photograph, and they went to Australia, and they did a totally scientific experiment. They went right by the rules of the game, and they got their groups, and they gave each person so long to look at this photograph, etc., and counted how, and would ask the person, how many faces do you see? And that person would count how many they saw, and they'd have so long to be able to do it, and then they'd record all this stuff and everything else like that. And then after they'd been through a lot of people and checked how many people that could see how many faces they were, and they had all that recorded, then they went to BBC television on some kind of closed cable television closed cable connection that just went to the UK and nowhere else. And on that one they showed the photograph, and then showed to the people in that area and showed all the faces where they all were, all the hidden ones and the secret ones and everything else like that. 5 minutes later, they repeated the experiment in the same place in Australia on the other side of the world with another group of people they'd already, and said, okay, how many faces do you see? And suddenly, people that had only seen 7 or 8 faces before, which was sort of like the average, suddenly jumped up to like 75 faces. Oh yeah. And science began to realize, hey, this is really true. It had been happening all along, in that science, had many times this has been recorded, where one scientific person on one side of the world would invent something, and someone else on the other side at the same day, at the same time, or very, very close to it, would invent the exact same complicated thing. And then they would bicker back and forth and say, you stole it from me, no, you stole it from me. But they never could figure out, and it's happened so many times that nobody could ever figure it out. And I don't think anybody really thought about what we're just talking about now. But there are these grids up there that we're connected to. And anything that anybody feels or thinks is in it. And once you know how to connect to it, there's no more secrets. You can get anything that anybody's ever felt or thought or anything else up there. The Aboriginals know exactly how to get into their grid. We just don't know how to get into our grid because we have lost that ability. We are separate. But the potential is still there. And we do it, unconsciously on a certain level, which the photograph demonstrated very clearly. And this is the main thing about this workshop. The main reason what I'm trying to do is to reach a certain number of people, and so that a certain number of people can live it and thereby get it into the grids. And when enough people get to a level of making this real, and it doesn't have to just be what we're doing here, but there's lots of other people teaching kind of similar things on there, all these similar kinds of things, everything from levitation to name it what. It all goes up in there, and eventually the limits of what we think is possible could change. And when it changes, it could change like that. It could change overnight, in one day. I foresee the time when suddenly, and it's already beginning to happen, where suddenly people just start doing things and they don't even know why. They'll just start breathing this way and think, this feels better. Have you ever breathed to the top of your head before? It's will, they'll just do it. They won't say that. So that's what we're trying to do. I'm not really interested, per se, in trying to teach, an individual how to do this. I'm more interested in the whole globe, the whole Earth, and how we can get that, everybody understanding. And it doesn't have to just be this form of meditation I'm teaching. It's just the understanding that we're all one on a real level, so we can really get it, and that we can all open up in whatever way it is that we can have this understanding and overcome all this darkness that's on this planet. There's a lot of darkness here. But it's not as dark as it used to be, I'll tell you. There was a big change. I'm going to get into some things here in a little bit, but the light is a lot stronger now. In fact, it's stronger than the dark side for the first time in a very, very long time, at least 16,000 years. And things will not be the same. I mean, it is inevitable. There's nothing that can stop it now. It is inevitable. I gotta lay down a whole lot more. Okay, well, I'm going to go, this is a brand new subject, and it has to do with history. We, in order to understand our situation here in the world, how we got to this place and what happened and everything, we need to look into our past and begin to understand the situation of the past. It's really important. A lot of times people tend to think that, well, we don't really need to know that. We know where we are now, and we just need to go forward. But that is not the nature of life. When we're going to look at something called the Fibonacci series a little later. It's a series that goes 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55. It keeps going. And all it is just, if you take 3 segments of it, 3, 5, and 8, it's just you're adding 3 to 5 and you get 8, and 8, 5 and 8 you get 13, and 8 and 13 you get 21, and 13, 21, you get 34. It's an adding. This particular series is called the Fibonacci or Fibonacci series, and it is linked to many different aspects of organic chemistry and organic life. And specifically to one of them, of the areas, is plant life. And plants, when they grow, they tend to grow according to this particular series. In other words, the plant will grow 1 leaf, and then it'll grow 1 more, and then it'll come out with 2, and then 3, and then 5, and then 8. This is one of the series that is used over and over and over again. And the little plant, it needs to be able to have a pattern, to know where to go. And so the plant, when it's sitting here with 5 leaves, all it has to do is look into its past to see that it grew 3. Combine that with where it is, and it now knows where to go. It knows that 8 is the amount. When it gets to 8, it looks into its past and sees that it's 5 and knows that 13 is the place to go. And in the same way, we need to, time is also divided into this 3-ness. Maybe I should just, well, I'll finish this statement and go back to the other one. Time, we have this past, present, and this future. And in order for us to know where the proper place for us to be or what to do in the future, we have to combine our present with our past. If we don't know what our past is, we're lost. Absolutely lost. No matter what you think of yourself or where you're going, you don't know where you're going. you don't have a future. A future could be anything. You don't know where it goes. And so we need to know what happened and what got us to where we are in order to proceed. And just to take this one step further, we live in what is often called good and evil consciousness and sometimes called polarity consciousness. You know, where things are good and bad and black and white, etc. But there is no such thing as this. We need to see this point real quickly. There is no polarity consciousness. There's no polarity anything. No matter what polarity you think of, you're going to realize that there is a third component. If you think of the earth and the sun, or male and female, or black and white, or up and down, or hot and cold, with the earth and the sun, there's going to be the moon. With male and female, there's going to be the child. With black and white, there's going to be gray. With up and down, there's the middle. With what was the other? Hot and cold, there's going to be warm. No matter what the polarity is, there's always this thing in the middle. There's three parts. The entire fabric of the universe is made of proton, electron, and neutron. And it's threeness. Our time is past, present, and future. Our space is the XYZ axis. It's the nature of this particular level of consciousness. This is how we interpret our reality. It may have there's other ways to interpret it, but this is the way we interpret it. Every mathematical sequence in existence, except for one, which is the golden mean, which created all the other ones, you only need three components in it to know the entire sequence. And so we live in a tri-world, the Holy Trinity. And so we need to know we have to know two of the components to know what the other one is. You could do it the other way around. You could subtract this one from this one. You could, if you knew your future, you could know what your past was. You could subtract your present from your future, and you'd know where you've been. And so, for this reason, I have been asked to discuss history for about 2 hours or something like that, for a long period of time. And so, here we go. Now, I'm going to combine, first of all, I used to give this history lesson strictly from Thoth's point of view, who is someone who's been around here for a long time. However, recently, another man who I haven't even met yet, Zecharia Sitchin, I was introduced to his books and found out that they dovetailed with what Thoth was saying so closely that I wanted to use both of them. Though some of the things that Thoth is saying is beyond what Zecharia Sitchin is saying from interpreting the records. And you'll understand what I mean by beyond in just a moment. Thoth just started saying, and this I've got this on record going back 7.5 years. Thoth just says, well, there were these giants on the world. And that's where he starts out. He says there was these giants here. He didn't say where they came from or who they were or what they were. He just said there were these giants. It isn't just Thoth who says that. If you take the Bible and you go into Genesis and you go to chapter 6, which is a very interesting chapter, it says, and it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, and that the sons of God, this is plural, people, sons of God, saw the daughters of men, and that they were fair, and they took them wives of all of which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man. This is another statement people have wondered about. For that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120. And then number 4 it says, and there were giants in the earth in those days. And also, after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bare children unto them, and the same became mighty men, which were of old men of renown. who are these sons of God? And, plural. And this is not talking about a single one. And this is talking about God being made of flesh, and that they were giants. Well, according to the Zecharia Sitchin, who's read his works? Okay, we've got just a few people. I really recommend you do this. It's on the reading list. After you see this workshop, you won't be able to put his books down, I'll tell you. He's just reading the clay tablets. He's just saying what they say. And they give a story that is rather remarkable. For number one, supposedly Moses wrote Genesis in about 1250 BC. I think that was about approximately time. And but Genesis is written down in the Sumerian records 2,300 years before that time, word for word. Coming right down to Adam and Eve and giving the names of their sons and daughters and and all the way down through there. The whole thing. 2,300 years before Moses even lived, or maybe not quite that long before he lived. It was written down in the Sumerian tablets. And it talks about this rather incredible time when, according to the tablets, there's another planet in our solar system, which NASA has now located, absolutely. The satellite direction knows exactly where it is. The planet's there. It's been scientifically determined. But they said that there was another planet, and that the planet went in retrograde relative to the rest of the planets. As they were all moving around this way, this one's coming in the other way. And that it came in every approximately 3,600 years. And just missed it. And according to that, there was this planet called Tiamat, which was this huge planet that had moons around it. And one day, this other planet, which they give the name Murdoch, at least the Babylonians did, and what did the Anunnaki call it? Nibiru. And Nibiru came in one time very close to Tiamat, and one of the moons of Nibiru struck Tiamat and shattered it in half, and the big half came to be known as Earth. And the little half broke into 1,000,000 pieces and became known as the Hammered Bracelet, which is the asteroid belt that stretches around between Mars and Jupiter, I think it is. And that was a long, 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 long time ago. But according to the Sumerian records, there's people on this planet that are pretty far along, advanced. And about 400 and something thousand, I think it was 430, 40, 50,000 years ago, they decided to come to Earth. And they came to Earth, according to the records, because they were having a problem with their atmosphere, just like we are. They are way out in space and need the greenhouse effect to reflect the light back on and keep them warm. And they were losing their heat, and so they decided that the best thing for them would be to put gold dust into their atmosphere to reflect the heat back. That was the decision that was made. And so they came to Earth to get this gold. I'm not making this up. This is in, this is in right in the records, along with Genesis that you could read about Adam and Eve. And they came here to get the gold, and they came in with 12 people who were their leaders, and I think it was 400 to 600 other people who were the workers. And so for about 200 and something thousand years, which and I differ slightly with this figure with Zecharia. He's calculating this thing. Anyway, for a certain length of time, they worked the planet Earth getting this gold, and they weren't that far along technologically. They used rocket ships to get back and forth. We're not talking about high-tech vehicles here, and so they had to wait till Marduk came around So it was into the atmosphere closer, and then they would transfer all the gold up to it and then come back down again. They had to wait another 3,600 years before they could put the gold back onto it again. And these people had very, very, very long lifespans, huge lifespans compared to what we are. And so here's these 600 people digging gold for 100,000, according to him it was about 100,000 something years, 200,000 years. It would have been longer according to Thoth, a little bit. They're within 100,000 years of each other. So. And then one day there was this revolt where the workers just said, I'm not going to dig gold anymore, I'm tired of it. Darn stuff, I've had it. And they just wouldn't dig gold anymore. And so the people decided that, the leaders, the 12 leaders decided, well, they would do something. They thought about it, and they decided what they'd do is they'd make a sub-race. And the sub-race would dig the gold for them. And the sub-race would dig the gold for them. The sub-race is us, according to them. That they created this race from clay and blood and sperm from the young Nunaki, which are the people that live on there, and that's what it says right in there. And then, and they used, you can see them with test tube flasks, pouring stuff and all this thing. It's written right on the record, you can see it, where they did all these things and created this whole race, which we are capable of doing right now. We could create a new race. If this came out 100 years ago, it would be like science fiction, but we could do everything that they're talking about right now. We are just about ready to map all the genes on the DNA molecule, all 100,000 of them, and know every single one of them by name and location and what they do. We're rapidly unfolding that. Another 2, 3, 4 years, and we'll have it all figured out. And we could create any kind of race you want. You name it. You can just map out what you want. We could create a whole different kind of person, superior race, anything you want. And so imagine if we were 400,000 years farther down the line. What if we were 1 million years or 10 million years further down the line? What we could do. Anyway, according to this, they created a new race using that and using the most advanced race that was on the Earth. That's real interesting because when you go to the most advanced race, which is what, the Cro-Magnon, is that what it is? And then suddenly jumps to the Homo sapien. There's this, the missing link. Nobody knows how we got from here to here. It isn't possible. There's no way. We can't see the evolutionary jump. We don't know what happened. According to Sumerian records, it's because an outside alien race came in here and messed with us and created this jump up to where we are right now. And according to Thoth, there were 7 of them that came together. Again, I got this back 7 years earlier. 7 people came together. See, everything that happens on a 3rd dimensional level has a 4th dimensional counterpart, and higher, or very often higher. And there's much more involved to just creating a race than just throwing a bunch of chemicals together. There are other things, there are grids that have to be formed, and there's a lot of stuff that has to take place. It is not as simple as it may seem. And according to Thoth, on a 4th dimensional level, there were 7 of the giants that came together and dropped their bodies and merged themselves into spheres of light, and that these formed the flower of life pattern, and that a flame appeared, which was about 4 feet tall, a blue-white flame, which was pure prana, which is life force energy, which became the ovum, the female ovum, and then that was put into the halls of Amenti, which is a dimensional fold in space that the Egyptians talk about, which is really the womb of the earth, which is where the starseed and all the 500 million years of races have been created from. This is a whole other subject. This halls of Amenti is usually out beyond the bubble. There's a membrane outside the earth we don't know about, which is 440,000 miles out, and on the other side of that is usually where the halls of Amenti is located. It's a dimensional fold time that moves with the earth, but on one overtone higher than the earth, so it's not visible to the earth.
but it's very accessible. And it's folded into the shape, outward, the outside of it anyway, it's folded into the shape of a womb. And anyway, the flame was placed there, and as soon as it was placed there, according to Thoth, there was a family, 32 members of both 16 males and 16 females from the star Sirius, who were the male outside, the sperm that comes from outside the system, that came from out, the alien aspect that came from outside the system, to come in and be the daddy. And it was all prearranged and ordained on all kinds of levels. And so they came from outside the system. The Anunnaki put flame inside the system, put it into the womb of the earth, and the Syrian race came in. These are like 10 to 16 foot high beings also. Both the Anunnaki and the Syrians were these giants, these tall people. And on very high level of consciousness, whatever they're in the part where if they think an orange they could have one in their hand and peel it, they thought that there were 32 slabs of rose quartz granite laying there around the flame, and there was. And they laid down male, female around this flame and merged or conceived with the flame, the ovum. For 2,000 years they merged with this. You see, in human terms, birth takes so long and conception takes so long, and the whole process is 9 months, but on the planetary level, it's much longer. It's the same process, just much longer. And so they laid there for 2,000 years conceiving until the first one was created. And then meanwhile, on the third dimensional level, according to the Sumerian records, they were doing the flask tubes and creating the proper one. And then what do? They bring 7 females together. It's right there in the records. 7 females were brought in, and the ovums which were created were placed into the wombs of these 7 females, which then gave birth to these 7 human babies, both male and female babies. Only the babies were sterile and could not procreate. And you can see them. Here's these big, tall Anunnaki sitting there with these little, tiny, naked humans, and they're holding them in their hands. That if they stood up, the humans would be like about that high. And here's these big, huge, tall, 10 to 16 foot tall Anunnaki that are doing this. And it's right on the record. You can see it for yourself. And because a lot of this is not just words, but it's also visual drawings and stuff that they put on there. And so so our purpose, according to the Sumerians, was to dig gold. That's why we were created. Then you go back to the actual physical archaeological records, and you go back first let me throw another side trip in here. We had a theory called the Eve's theory, where they had checked the DNA and a particular aspect of the DNA and found an overlapping process where they were able to trace back through all the races of the world back to a single human being, which was this black female in this very specific valley in southeastern Africa. Now, some people are beginning to debate that theory now, but still, the evidence is incredible. Who knows about this and what I'm talking about? Just a few people. You'll see it's at the moment being debated, but for a while it was accepted, and now they're still debating it. But it's real interesting to me on one point here is that the very valley that they picked happened to be the one, according to Sumerian records, where it all began. Same place. And if you go into that very valley, I don't remember the name of it right now, but it's recorded in both the books and in that other thing. You go into that valley, they have found gold mines there. Ancient gold mines going back 100,000 years with Homo sapien bones in and around the gold mine. Homo sapiens mining gold at least 100,000 years ago. And what the heck are we hairy barbarians mining gold for? It's a soft metal. It isn't something that we can use to make tools with or anything else like that. What's it for? What good is gold to a primitive people? these gold mines, by the way, they found them all the way from 100,000 years. They found 80, 60, and as early as only 20,000 years ago, we were still mining gold. Only 20,000 years ago. Still doing it. Yeah, probably. You got to realize these ice ages are coming and going all the time. The whole planet doesn't go over with ice. It's basically, you might say the ice caps recede further down. The centers of the Earth is still not frozen over, but very cold compared to normal. We've survived this for millions of years. We've managed to survive these ice ages one after another for millions of years. So anyway, yeah, when you look at everything, you start throwing in that whole thing of the ice ages going on, it makes stuff even more complex. So, if this is true, I mean, it's outrageous. You know, we don't want to think that we're made to be slaves to dig gold. You know, we want to see us as more noble than that. But who knows? This is what the most ancient records in the world have to say about ourselves. And these are not just a few isolated records we're talking about. 100,000 records that are being found. All the ancient cities that were in the Bible, which they thought for a long time were myth, have now all been uncovered. And they now know where all the ancient Sumerian cities are, which run through southern Iraq. Babylonian is in southern Iraq. All these ancient ones, they've all discovered where they all are, and they're finding them, and they're getting all the records, and they're beginning to dig up all this ancient stuff. It's no longer just myth anymore. And now, according to the Sumerian records, two of these brothers, Anunnaki and one of the other ones I can't remember. The major cities of the Sumerian cities ran up through the Middle East, up in there, which was not a desert, but was a dense jungle, because the whole climate was different. And they had these incredible, beautiful cities there, with these huge gardens that surrounded in and around these cities, and which took a lot of work. And so, according to Sumerian records, a great deal of the gold miner workers were brought up to these gardens to work the gardens. And it was there that one day, Anunnaki, whose name means snake, told Adam and Eve, according to the Sumerian records, to eat of this tree. What the tree would do, the tree of good and evil would do, is that it would make them procreate. They'd be able to have babies if they ate of this tree. And so they did it according to this. And then Anil's brother came in, who was the other one. And remember, it says right in the Bible, he's walking through the garden. This is God walking through the garden. And he comes across, and they were hiding from him. And he had to call for them. And when they came out, I mean, he had no supernatural powers or anything like that. He saw them, that they were naked, and saw that they were hiding, and then he realized that what they had done, that they had eaten from the tree. And this was a really gentle person. He did not kill them. He just made them leave, and he monitored them and watched them. And they began to multiply, and he recorded all their names and who they were, and we kept track of all that, which is all written down for a long time. And but then when you start going out from there and you start studying what happened after that, this is where I'm going to start taking us out further. There's some important points in all of this that need to be brought forth. So we have two kinds of races going on here. We have the one that they were working the mines, which were sterile. The only way they could make more of those babies is to put the ovum inside the uterus of one of the female Anunnaki, and for her to give birth to this little. That was the only way they could get more of them. And so they kept doing that until they got what they wanted. And I guess if one of them died, they'd just make more of them. We also then had this other race that was separate from us, that could procreate on its own. which they kept watching. And from there you see many, many travels around. Now, according to Thoth, when he says it 7 years ago, the first human beings came out on an island just to the west of Africa, southern Africa. When he first told me this, it all sounded kind of strange because I hadn't read any of this stuff about Africa and the Sumerian records. Because I always thought his Garden of Eden as being up, more in the, where, we generally think about it. But he was saying, no, the original place was to the west of Africa on this very large island. And that's where the first human beings came out onto the surface. And the name of that island is consistent throughout the African creation stories, and it's called Gondwana land. And you can read the creation stories, which I've done. I went out and read a whole bunch of these along all the western shores of Africa. They all have different ideas about how creation took place, but they all consistently say that we came from an island to the west called Gondwana land. They all say that. Every one of them I read anyway, though they have real different ideas about the rest of it. And Thoth says that's where we started out, which is this place down in here. It was a large, it could almost be a continent. And it could have been touching here, or it may have been partly touching and partly separated. I don't know. When he gave me all of this like that, and that was the one piece that I never got clear in my mind. Though from then on in I got it pretty clear. And I'm still not really sure. I don't think it was this big. Smaller. And I remember I drew this drawing a long time ago. And that they basically isolated us for a long time until we got to a certain level of development. And then they took us into southeastern Africa and began working the mines. And then from there up into the area of Iraq and up in there. And then from there, I believe that it was Cain who went into the Americas, what we now call South America, and in there. And but there was another aspect of this, the part that came out of the Adam and Eve part, which evidently was the part that was allowed to proceed after this went down. There was a huge, we stayed in here for a long period of time, and I don't really know what it was. We're talking about tens of thousands of years, until finally there was a point here when we had a pole shift, and this whole aspect sank and left, and it was gone. Again, I'm not real clear on the details of all of this, but one way or another, the survivors of Adam and Eve up in here made their way over to this area over in here into the Pacific. Exactly how that, and they, according to Thoth, this area here, when it went down, this area came up. They were simultaneously on the same moment when this took place. And there was, and whether or not the Anunnaki deliberately brought them over to here, which may be part of what happened, I don't know. I don't have Thoth here to ask these questions anymore, so I don't have the ability to find out these kind of details. How they got there, what happened, I don't know. But at one point or another, they got over to here. And now we're now talking about the procreation aspect, the Adam and Eve aspect, not the other part of us, which is at this point completely gone. Because when they stopped and they died, there's nobody to replace them. That was it. They were gone. They were all sterile. And so at one point we began in this area here, which we now call Lemuria. However, Lemuria was, to us in the 20th century, we tend to think of it as kind of a myth or something that maybe kind of happened or didn't happen. But there was a time in about 1910, 11, 12, and there, 1915, when we began to rapidly waken up. What the process that's now going on right now started then. And then in 1914, World War I came along and just blew us right out of the water. And it wasn't until the 60s that we began to waken up again. But during that time of the early 1900s, we had proof that Lemuria was there. And at this point, we've completely forgotten the proof that we had. There was people like James Churchward and Laplosion, a Frenchman, who were very famous in tracking. They were in the papers all the time talking about Lemuria and Atlantis and the possibilities of all of this. And Churchward wrote several books on it, so both of them did actually. And one of the subjects, there was a book written called Atlantis, the Mother of Empires. I think it was about 1913, somewhere back in there. It's an old book that I got my hands on, and there was some information in that book that was very, very amazing that they had that information. Back as far as that time, they had discovered near the area of Easter Island that there were these coral rings that extended out into the Pacific Ocean as far as they could determine going out in there. The coral rings were unusual in the sense that coral can only grow 150 feet below the surface of the water. These rings were 1,800 feet deep, meaning that the island had to be above the water and slowly come down, very slowly, so that the coral can continue to form, and yet you can see how slow that would have to be for the coral to form, and yet for it to continue and not die, and then end up being 1,800 feet deep. And so they saw these things going off in there, and then at the same time, they had discovered that the fauna and the flora that stretch from Easter Island all the way up, there's a series of islands that goes up from Easter Island all the way through the Tahitian Islands, all the way up to the Hawaiian Islands. And the fauna and the flora on all just that chain of islands that stretches through there is all the same. It's identical. There's the same plants, the same trees, the same bugs, the same bacteria, same everything else like that. And there's no way that could have taken place unless there had been a landmass much closer stretched in there. So the understanding of that, along with all these coral rings that were stretched under there that are on the floor, they surmised that there had to be a continent. Though the continent was not a physical continent, according to Thoth, it was a series of islands, lots and lots and lots of islands, forming what would be like a landmass, but with no solid, total, complete length. It was just thousands and thousands of islands that stretched down there. That outer length running from basically from Kauai all the way down to Easter Island was the western shores of Lemuria, and the rest of it all went under. And we began to progress in that spot to a level that we are just now beginning to return to. We progressed to a very, very high level of technology, a different kind of technology, totally unheard of and unknown these days. It was a right brain technology, female, based upon psychotronics and these kinds of things that we are just beginning to become a little aware of, only they had developed that to the level that we have developed our left brain logical technology. And they were able to do, you can do anything from that aspect as well as from the female aspect as well as you can from there. And we were becoming a female. We were becoming, an evolutionary pattern has to become either male or female, and we were becoming a young female. By the time that Lemuria was finished, before it went down, we were equivalent to about a 12-year-old girl. And everything was going very well. And the Syrians who monitored all of this and have remained, they're immortal, they remained alive during this whole time watching it. Everything was going just great and fine. And the Anunnaki also were not going to mess with us. Everything was going just great and fine. There was no problems. It was looking really, really, really good. And then something happened that we have never quite survived from. We've never come out of it. And we're going to have to go in about 5 minutes to lunch, but when we get back, I'll tell you what happened. And it's the most important part. It's what happened when we shifted from there to Atlantis. Some things took place that changed the course of our evolutionary pattern. There is one more bit of information I need to put out, and that is, this is the part that Zacharias Sitchin did not understand. When Anil came into the planet from the 13th, from the 12th planet, which is really the 10th planet, we're counting the sun and the moon in that. When he came into the oceans. He landed in the oceans. And he spent a great deal of time in the oceans. And when he came out of the oceans, he was half fish and half man. And then suddenly he becomes this man. But the original thing show him coming out of the water with like a mermaid or a merman going out of there. And Zachariah never understood what that was. But what was going on was the race. We had a race here, a very conscious race, more conscious than they were. And as the dolphins and the whales. The dolphins have been here for a minimum of 35 million years, I think is the minimum. The whales go back 500 million years to the very beginning of the memory. They hold the memory of the Earth. And I don't remember exact. Elizabeth, do you remember how long the dolphins have been here?
Just what you said.
35 million? Yeah, I think that's right. So they were here long before the Nunaki came here, which only 400,000 or so. And they were on the same, really a higher level of consciousness. Well, what I haven't explained all of this is that the dolphins have this connection back to Sirius, and on Sirius, again, not to the star, but to Sirius B, the third planet out, there's this planet which is almost pure water with a little tiny bit of land mass. There's a land, and I've been there, I know this place real well. There's a land mass there about the size of California, and there's a land mass there about the size of Australia. That's it. There's no more land. There might be a speck or two somewhere, but there's no more land up anywhere. And almost the whole planet is cetacean, except for a few humanoid beings, which you're going to look and see what they look like here in a little bit. They look very human-like. And they are being phased out. They are slowly turning into dolphins. And I haven't got to the place where I explain why they're doing that. But when they're on Earth, they're primarily the dolphin aspect. And Neil, when he came in, he went to the consciousness of the planet. He went to the dolphins, or perhaps the whales and the dolphins. And there was a direct communication first with that before they came out. It had to take place. And when the Anunnaki began to create our race, it was only natural for them to ask the assistance of the Sumerians, because when you're talking, the Syrians rather, because that's what you're talking about. When you're talking about a dolphin, you're talking about a Syrian being. It's an extraterrestrial race. It's been here for a long time, so it's now a terrestrial race, but its original source is off planet from Sirius. Yeah.
Whatever happened to the giants?
The original 32 members of the Syrian race are still here, and a certain number of the Anunnaki are also still here, though they can't, because of our level of awareness where we are right now, they can't make themselves directly known, though they did in the past, and I'll show you, they did in the time of Egypt, only for a short time. And they will again. We will see them, for sure. And it's one guarantee I can give you. We will see them again for sure. Yeah. What? Ra is one of the original Atlanteans, and who started Egypt, and he worked with Thoth and some of those other ones, but that's not.
Are some of these Syrians who might still be on our planet living in the ocean, like on a colony of Oceania, perhaps?
Well, they have the ability to do things that we would say are impossible. They can live underwater, or they can live they don't need air like we need air, because they live on prana, and prana's everywhere. You could have them in a totally vacant, vacuumed out room, and they can do just fine without any air whatsoever. This particular group, who has been connected to us very strongly, and has been, they have a very specific place on the surface of the earth, inside the earth, where they live, and where the Anunnaki, what their relationship is and where they are, I don't really know that one, though I believe they're still here. When we get into the more present day time, you'll understand what's going on. And they're still here, though there never has been very many of them here. You know, I mean, there was only about 612 maximum.
It seems like genetically engineered, interplanetary, genetically engineered slave labor would be a big cosmic no-no on the level of violation of free will and that sort of thing. How does that fit in with cosmic law, and also why would beings who are advanced enough to directly manifest things not simply be able to manifest the goal that they required?
The Anunnaki were not advanced enough to be able to do that. They were, like I said, they were in rocket ships. You could see their ships with flames coming out the back. That's on the Sumerian records. And so these are people that are not a whole lot evolved much further than where we are right now. And though they have began to reach up into the higher levels of awareness, you can tell that by their size, which we'll talk about size later. But they are, our mommy aspect was a rather low level of life. Our daddy was a much more advanced level of life, far more advanced than the mommy in terms of consciousness. But the one thing you must realize is that both of these races were a product of the Lucifer rebellion, and would freely break laws.
And finally, connected with that, what kind of soul would choose to inhabit a body that was designed as slave labor, given the idea that they would know what their prospects were in doing that?
Well, we're one. We did it, you and I did it. Things aren't always what they appear to be, and that's kind of an ego thought in a way. From a higher level, if there's an ultimate reason beyond all of it down there, there might be a reason. We have obviously taken from what's been slave labor, turned it around, brought it in another direction, and now we're about to bring it into another direction, even beyond what the Lucifer rebellion ever dreamed of. And so, I mean, I don't know. What's happening here is pretty remarkable when you see the whole level of what's going on, which I guess most of you have. This is a little more than what the original intent ever was. But the beings that were made to do gold, to slave for gold, realized that as soon as the Anunnaki saw that we had eaten of the tree, they didn't have us do gold anymore. They had us go live on our own and do our own, and okay, you're out of this thing now. Go over there and start your own thing. And they just allowed us to keep going. Though they did try to kill us, remember, if you read the Sitchin books, according to the records, they knew that the earth was going to be destroyed by water, by flood. They knew quite a while in advance. And the plan was, according to the Sumerian records, was to get off the surface in their ships and allow us to be annihilated. And it was Enlil again, if I remember right, who went to Moses, and he was sworn not to tell. What? Enki? That's what I'm thinking of. It was Enki. It was Enki again who was sworn not to tell that this was going to happen. So what he did is he didn't tell him directly. He went and told a wall. But he knew that Moses was on the other side of the wall. Moses? Noah. Noah was on the other side of the wall. And so he violated basically the trust that they would not tell. He told Noah and prepared Noah. When the Anunnaki went up into space, and they were all crammed in their ships because they didn't really have enough ships for all these people to get in there. They were all crammed in there, and they were orbiting around the Earth, and they saw the incredible destruction that was happening. They all began to cry and began to realize how sad it was, and that they didn't really want us to die. And that's when they found out that Noah survived. And they were actually happy that Noah had survived this one, at least according to the records. But we have an interesting race that we've got here. And so we are the product and development of the Lucifer Rebellion all the way through from beginning to end. And there's a lot of things that are going on in the universe that are not according to galactic law. And though this may have been allowed by galactic law, it could have been, depending, I don't know if they had permission to start this or not. Both never told me. And it's not in the Sumerian records. They don't talk about the higher dimensional levels of things. They talk about pretty much what happened on Earth, and that's it. And so I don't know if they had permission to do that or not. But I would imagine they would not. I kind of doubt that they could have got permission to do that. It's not, legally. They became immortal. They became aware. It became the Holy Trinity. She became aware of him as a divine being, and he became aware of her as a divine being, and they both became aware of the baby as a divine being in such a way that it transformed them, and they never died anymore. And after a long time went by, and they were still around, there was no doubt about it, and everybody else was dropping by, and they kept staying on. They eventually formed a school, and the school's name was the Nacall Mystery School. And it was one of the oldest mystery schools in the world. And it was NAACAL or NAAKAL, depending on how you want to spell it. And they taught Tantra that led to immortality. They were pretty successful in this. They managed to teach about 330 or so other families. It amounted to a total of about 1,000 people, including the children, to lead them into immortality. The school was doing very well and would have probably succeeded in transforming the entire human race if it had enough time. However, about 1,000 years into the school's functioning, God changed that, and there was another shifting of the axis, and Lemuria went under. They knew long before Lemuria was going under that it was going under. These people were feminine and psychic, and they had clear signs and fully understood what was about to take place, and there was very little loss of life. Besides, it had been slowly sinking for a long time. However, at one point it did sink, and when it did, the survivors, which they had gotten all their sacred things, whatever you want to call them, artifacts or whatever, out of Lemuria long before it ever sank. They took them to various places in the world, but most of it was brought to Lake Titicaca in Peru. The golden sun disk was brought there. The survivors went in advance to primarily from Lake Titicaca in Peru all the way up the western shores of North America, South America, and all the way up to as far north as Mount Shasta. They didn't go, or if there were any, very few, went to either ends below or above that. And the two areas that most of them went to was South America, Peru, and to California. And however, the school, the Nakal Mystery School, migrated by air, according to Thoth. They flew, and exactly how, I don't know. They flew to Atlantis at one point, and I don't know exactly when that point was, but they went here to this island here, and this is not exact. This was not this big. This is a lousy drawing. That's what this is. I haven't really looked at this. I have it drawn on a globe over here, and this is the drawing on here is pretty accurate. It's right here. This is pretty much the size and shape of Atlantis. There were 10 primary islands. There was one huge big one that was kind of in between an island and a continent. And there was an island to the north, an island to the east, a little tiny one to the south, and 6 of them to the west. But the islands continued all into the Florida Keys, except those weren't there. They were underwater. All of this whole thing, in fact, everything all the way up over to Louisiana and this whole area up in here wasn't there. Just simply wasn't there. It was underwater. And and where they flew to, according to Thoth, was this northern island up here, and they gave it the name Udall. And when they got there, they did something kind of, I mean, if you were watching them, you would think they were probably off their rocker, kind of. They first took the island, which is, it looks kind of like that. And the first thing they did was they made a wall right down the middle, dividing the island in two. This wall was about 20 feet thick and about 40 feet high. It sealed it off. There's no way to get from one side to the other. And then they built a minor wall running this way, dividing it into 4 quadrants. What they were doing, without understanding the human brain too much, this was a person's head. That's their nose, I guess. You're looking down from the top. You have these left and right hemisphere. You have the left hemisphere over here and the right one here. And the left one is male and the right one is female. But then there's another division in there, like this. There's a front and a back aspect of this. And this front one, if you were to put this word love here, the left front aspect of the human being sees everything logically. In other words, it sees it like it is. Of course, it sees it upside down and all that stuff, but anyway, it sees it logically like this. But the right side over here inverts it like this and sees it in a mirror image, one back to the other. But and this one is logical, and this one could say is not logical, but it has its logic to it. But this one also has a reflection. It goes like this. And then there is another reflection that goes like this. So this side reflects that side, and this side reflects that side. And that this one up here is based on the triangle and the square. And that's the logic, when we get into the geometries, this will make more sense. But this is the logic of the logic that's behind the male side. The female side doesn't have a logical side forward. I'll just use this as a symbol for it. She has an experiential side forward. And so the male and female seem so different in their approach to the reality, of interpreting the reality. But the male side is based on a triangle and square. The geometrical aspect is so logical, has an experiential aspect to it also. It's just that it's back, it's hidden. And the female has a logical side to her unlogical nature, which appears to man anyway, and which is not based on the triangle and the square, but is based on the, oops, almost made a hexagon there. Is based on the pentagon. And so there is this logic. Both sides are absolutely logical if you understand what's going on. She's just as logical as he is, but based on a different kind of logic. But she's got a mirror image thing where her experiential thing is forward and his experiential thing is to the back. And by experiential, as you'll see here, and I'll try to demonstrate this even to us here, is that every single line in sacred geometry has a human experience associated with it. And so all your geometry has experience, but experience always has geometry associated with it. Even love. You would never think that love is geometrical, but it is. Our scientists have already established this, beyond any doubt. It's way back in there later, but later you'll see this. I'll show you the geometries of it. But there was a man, one of the first persons that I know of was Dan Winter out of New York, Eden, New York, who was doing the research of someone else, actually, I believe. And he was putting people on biofeedback systems onto monitors so they can see what was happening in a sine wave pattern, and discovered that that's in there. Yeah, no, I don't need it though. Discovered that there were people, that there were a very specific sine wave signature associated specifically with every emotional response. And so that they could get to the place where they could have people in other rooms just looking at the screen and just looking at the sine wave signatures and can tell you just what that person's feeling. But by studying the sacred geometry around the sine wave signatures can be reduced to angles, and all angles can then further be reduced to geometrical patterns. Or the other way around. You can take geometrical patterns or shapes and find out their angles and reduce them into sine wave signatures. People like Michael Helios is one who's real good at that, converting shape into sound. And so what Dan found out is that there is a direct relationship between emotions and sine wave signatures, and then through work discovered that there were very specific shapes associated with that, and then through deeper work discovered that there was very specific geometrical pattern behind all emotion, that there was one pattern that tied them all together. And that pattern, we'll see a little bit later what that was. And then there was another person called Kleins, right? Well, I've got an article out of a Wall Street Journal here, where he also has totally on his own, in another direction, come up with the same thing, that emotions have shape associated with them. And so it seems so weird to say this, like, love has shape. I mean, except when you see it walking down the beach, maybe you see it. but you don't think of it as angles and cubes and squares. But it does. I'll be able to go into that deeper when we get to that level of geometry. We're still, this whole day is this introduction. That's all it is. So they were basing this island in Atlantis on this, according to Thoth, on the basic equality. So what they did is they got about half of the immortals from Lemuria got on one side and half got on the other side. Half became the feminine psychic aspect and the other side became the logical male thinkers. And then they made a reflective quality with each other and got on the other sides of the wall so they could mirror each other. And so there's this mirror quality. And they begin to function very much like our brain functions. And they did that for a period of time. I don't know how long it was, but it was a while. It wasn't something they did overnight. It was several hundred years they did this. And then finally one day they, I guess, felt they were ready. And then on the main island, they laid out the tree of life. They did this. Is this right? No, that's not right. There's another one somewhere. It's not in here. Where? Here? Here? In there? Okay, it's something like that. We all know what it is. They laid out the tree of life on there. They did it with their thoughts and their emotions, and they created a standing wave pattern on the surface, the geographical surface of Atlantis, according to Thoth. And they kept this pattern going, and they did something that I don't know what he means by it. He says they breathed life into it. I don't know exactly what that means. I couldn't understand what it meant, but they made it a living form. And he said it began to create these vortex energies that rotated out of each one of these places. And that there were 8 of these places that were, well, let's put it another way. The survivors from Lemuria were then called forth to come, and they all in their own place, and they just knew that they were supposed to go, and they began to migrate across the country over toward Atlantis, and they made their way toward there. However, remember, they were equivalent to about a 12-year-old girl. They were immature. They had not completed themselves, and there were certain areas of experience, of human experience, that they had not completed. And they had only completed 8 of the 10 areas. Now again, I don't really know what that means either. But there were 2 areas in here somewhere that they had not completed. And so when they were pulled to Atlantis and they were brought here, they were pulled to these spots. These spots, by the way, he said, this pattern was laid out on the surface to the accuracy of a single atom. So we're talking about an extremely accurate pattern. And these cities were placed on these exact spots. There were eventually 10 cities, 10 major cities in Atlantis. And but the survivors from Lemuria went to 8 of these places. There were 2 places that were completely vacant. It was just nobody's nature yet. Nobody had developed into that nature. And then, and what life does, I mean, I don't know if these guys thought about this far enough along the line when they were doing this, but what happens with life is you leave a space open and life fills it. It's just automatic. What I like to use is like the freeway. You know, when you're on the freeway and you let the car in front of you get a little bit too far ahead of you, fills right in. It's the same kind of thing. They had a couple spaces open, and life filled them in. The first one, the one that came in first, was from extraterrestrial. I don't know where it was from, and he never really clearly made this clear, but they were not a problem when they came in. And they got permission. They asked permission to come in. So there was nothing illegal or anything else like that. But this was the Hebrews. According to Thoth, they had They came from somewhere else. They had failed. They did not make it to the next level and had to repeat it. It's like a child going to school over again in another grade. They had to repeat it over. They were extremely advanced race relative to us because they had been through a lot of things that we were about to go through. And so when they came in, they brought in a great deal of information that we didn't even know about yet or anything. And there was no real problem with them. And if it had not been for the next one, I don't think there would even be a problem today. It would have been probably a very clean integration. However, the last one, the 10th one that came in, was a real problem, and is a problem from the moment they came in, the very moment that they came in, to this very moment right now. And the struggle has still been going on. And it sounds funny where they came from. Again, realize I said this on tape 7.5 years ago. When I first started saying it, it sounded even weird to me, but I had to repeat what he told me. And I had no kind of external evidence to support this in any way at all. But he said that they came from Mars. And that and it wasn't from Mars of today, or even close to today, but it's from Mars from a long, long time ago, approximately just under 1 million years ago. And what was going on about 1 million years ago, which we're going to get into detail, scientists now are suspecting, are giving a date of about, they're giving dates on this at about 500,000 years ago, but eventually they're going to get back there, I know, because Thoth has never been wrong in anything, and I've really tried to find him wrong on something. I've really, everything he's ever told me that I could check, I've tried to check, and even obscure details he's been right on. And anyway, he said it's just under 1 million years. He said that Mars was a beautiful planet, that there was waters and oceans and trees. It was a lot like Earth, he said. It was a beautiful place. And there was a race of beings that was on that planet that was warring amongst themselves, constantly warring amongst themselves. According to Thoth, there has been 4 times in the creation of this universe when life has decided to rebel against the system, you might say. And this was the 3rd time that it had taken place. And I don't know when it started, but it ended approximately 1 million years ago. And the Martians began. They knew that it was all over with. At one point, they knew that they were going to destroy each other. Just as our governments know right now that it's pretty much over with here too. And a few more years down the line, there won't be any doubt. And they knew that it was over with, and a small group of them began to try to find a way to escape, just like our governments are also doing the same thing right now. And they went to, there was experiments that were done really all over Mars, but the primary place was in Cydonia, which we will discuss later and go into great detail on that. And they built these huge pyramidal structures there that were tetrahedral in shape, octahedral, 5-sided, and these were immense, immense structures that you can't imagine on present-day Earth terms. Imagine a building being 10 miles high, but that's fact. The D&M pyramid on Cydonia is 50,000 feet plus high. That it was over with, and a small group of them began to try to find a way to escape, just like our governments are also doing the same thing right now. And they went to, there was experiments that were done really all over Mars, but the primary place was in Cydonia, which we will discuss later and go into great detail on that. And they built these huge pyramidal structures there that were tetrahedral in shape, octahedral, five-sided, and these were immense, immense structures that you can't imagine on present-day Earth terms. Imagine a building being 10 miles high, but that's fact. The D&M pyramid on Cydonia is 50,000 feet plus high. And we don't even have mountains that high here. And but that's NASA determined, that they're the one that determined that's how high this is. And these are all structures, as you'll see later, that describe mathematically one thing, and that is a star tetrahedron inscribed in a sphere, which is the basis of the Merkaba that we're going to talk about in here. And again, I will make that very clear and describe that work in a little while. And what they were doing was they were creating a Merkaba, but they were recreating an external Merkaba, not a living field based on your thoughts and your emotions that we're going to discuss, but an external Merkaba, which we call a UFO, or a spaceship, or a craft. And but what is a Merkaba? It's more than just a vehicle that you get in and fly around. It is a vehicle that can pass through the dimensional levels. It can go through space as well as time. Because time is a function of size and a golden mean spiral. And when all these things are put together, you can move back and forth in time and space, and time is really spherical. And so the Martians started looking around in their Merkabas and discovered that there was this planet called, what we call Earth, that was in their, way into their future, 1 million years or so into their future, and about 65 or 70,000 years into our past, which was when Atlantis first started. And they decided, which was very much like where they were, and in a small group. It wasn't millions of people. It was somewhere between a couple thousand, and the absolute maximum that a group Merkaba, a single group Merkaba can create is about 150,000. So it would be somewhere between those figures. I don't know what it was, but I think it was much smaller. I think it was only really from what Thoth was trying to project out. It was a few thousand people were projected off of the surface of Mars a million years ago, projected into the future, into our past, and into this 10th place here, without permission. Probably Lucifer Rebellion, they don't need permission, they just do it. And it wasn't Lucifer, though, it was someone else before them. And they just did it. And so we were, by this time, approximately equal to maybe a 13 or 14-year-old girl. We were like a young girl. And the Martians coming in were like maybe a 70-year-old man. And no permission, they just came in and merged with us. It was rape. They didn't ask. Nothing, just said, we're here. Like it or not, that's the way it goes. And they immediately tried to take us over and tried to subdue the Earth, and a war ensued almost immediately. However, there were too many of us. I say us and them, but for me it's all the same. From now I'm an Earthman. And there were too many of us, and there was not very many of them, and finally it was decided from their side that they would stop fighting and trying to control things. And it was decided from their side that they would attempt to try to understand what this female thing was, whatever this female thing was, because they had no understanding of it at all. Because like the Greys, they had developed their intellectual side to the nth degree and had no emotional body whatsoever. They didn't know what love was or compassion or any of these kinds of feelings, either negative or positive. They had no emotional structure within them at all. And so it was pure logic that they would stop trying the war because they knew they couldn't possibly win, and try to see if they could survive this by understanding what this was all about. And so from that time until, though they kept themselves very separate from the rest of the earth, they did not try to mingle too much, though I'm sure that there were marriages and stuff like that, but it was not, they tried to keep it as, they had their own area where they stayed, and they kept them themselves a great deal. And then everything went along pretty good. For thousands and thousands and thousands of years went by, and we kept developing, we kept getting older and growing up and getting stronger. Only because of their influence, because of their sophisticated logical science with crystals that they had developed, they influenced the science and the technology of of Atlantis dramatically, to the point that in time their influence became overwhelming, and we changed sex. We went from female to male. And by the time Lemuria was over, we were a very male race, where we had been becoming very female. We quit using this side, and we started relying on the opposite side of our brain. And then let's see. Forgot where I was exactly.
Switched from female to male.
Okay. Trying to think what the next thing that occurred after that. Oh, yeah, you guys know this better than I am. That's what I had this for. I should hold this thing. It's all programmed in here, and then when I hold this, I don't have to think. I can just do it. We'll hold this for a while. It kept going. Everything went fine until about 16,000 years ago, which is an unusual place in the orbit, the precession of the equinoxes, for this to do this. But approximately 16,000 years ago, this thing occurred on Earth where here's the closest place to the center of the galaxy, and here's where we are now. And if we go back one cycle right back to where we are exactly right now, first of all, that's really when it began. Exactly, right to the very spot where we are right now. The poles made a minor adjustment, which our science knows definitely occurred. We've got that one tracked down. Definitely happened. And when it did, a small piece of Atlantis went into the ocean. It wasn't a whole lot of it, but it was enough of it to cause fear to go through Atlantis. And the fear lasted, according to Thoth, for about 200 years. They were afraid they were going to lose their everything again, and there was a great deal of fear. But slowly that fear went away as time went on, and they knew that they were getting further and further away from that place and moving back into the light. And it slowly started going away, and everybody started to relax, and the old evolutionary cycle just went on business as usual until approximately right here, which was about, don't hold me to my figures exactly, I mean, I'm within a little bit, give me a little bit of leeway here, approximately 16,000 years ago, right about there in the cycle right there, this event occurred where either an asteroid or a comet was heading right toward Earth, and the Lemurian aspect of ourselves wanted to just allow it to hit the Earth. That's the feminine nature, is, you know, the Taoist approach. Just allow. It's okay. It's God. It's all natural. It's nature. But the Martian aspect of ourselves said, "No way! Let's blow this baby out of the sky," and they had the ability to do it. Let's just blow it up. And they argued over this and argued over this, and finally, the Lemurian aspect won. And that's exactly what they did. They just allowed it to take place. And this thing came streaking in and slammed and just missed Atlantis. It would have been a total devastation. It just missed it and hit right offshore, not too far, into a place that's now above ground, which is called Charleston, South Carolina, right now. That was the dead center impact of a very huge piece of matter that hit the Earth, from which that still spread out over 4 states. And you can read about it. It's all there. And this caused a big piece, a pretty good-sized chunk of Atlantis to go into the ocean, which almost destroyed a great deal of the Martian aspect of Atlantis. And to say the very least, they were pissed off. And they said, "That's it. Never, ever, 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 ever again will we follow this feminine way. We are going to control ourselves from now on. We are going to do what we think is best for." And they secretly made plans to begin to try to control the Earth. The beginning of a secret government, going all the way back to Atlantis. And they immediately began to create the pyramids and the functional buildings that they had done on Sidonia, on Atlantis, to recreate the external Merkaba, to gain control of space and time, and thereby to be able to control the planet Earth. And this time they were very serious. They were not going to be swayed by someone telling them they should not do that. And they set up, the only thing is it had been a long time since they had done this. And so when they set up the whole experiment and did the whole thing, unlike the precision that they had done on Mars, they lost control. They lost control of this huge counter-rotating field of energy and was not able to, and I mean really lost control. And I'm sure it scared the pants off of even those guys. And it began to rip open the dimensional levels around Earth, primarily the lower dimensional levels. In fact, I think it was totally the lower dimensional levels. It could have equally been the higher dimensional levels, but that isn't what happened. And it would have been better if it had been. It would have been a much easier situation to heal, but that isn't what happened. And this was a situation kind of like, in terms of the human body, the dimensions are like different parts of the body. it's like you have organs, you got a heart doing one thing, a liver doing another thing, and you got a stomach doing another thing. And you don't want to break the membranes that go between all these things. And the membranes are like the dimensional thresholds that this Merkaba just ripped apart. And it was more like a tear, like a rip. And so it'd be just like taking your stomach lining and just ripping it open. And what happens is cells, or spirits, from other dimensional levels, on the other side of the membrane, or like blood, came pouring into the stomach. You're not supposed to do that. That's against the law. And so you had billions of these, and maybe a lot more than just billions of these lower dimensional, interdimensional spirits or beings coming in to this higher dimensional world for them, and they were scared to death. They were like little children, scared to death. This was outside of their experience, and they were flowed in here. It wasn't their fault. Poured in here, and and it was a horrible situation. The ascended masters of the earth, with at that time there were only about 1,600 of them, did everything they could to heal the situation and act as rapidly as they could. And they did a very good job, and if it had not been for them, it would have been all over. We would have lost this place. It would have been gone. We would have lost it. But they managed to seal up the dimensional levels, and they managed to get most of these spirits back into the place where they're supposed to be. But not all of them. Many of them came into the people that existed in Atlantis at that time, and even into people all around the world, but mostly into the Atlanteans, in the area where this took place. And they just went into people, and so the people were no longer alone in their bodies, but they had anywhere from 1 to hundreds of other people in their bodies with them at the same time. And it was horrible. And there was like an internal war going on, and struggle. And everything began to degenerate horribly. All the systems broke down. All the emotional bodies, and that, you know, all your kinds of systems of all kinds of levels that we call culture, all broke down to nothing. And total chaos ensued. Disease became rampant, and in the last 48,000 years of Atlantis, it was a living hell. It was the worst, much worse than anything you can conceive of on Earth. It was absolutely terrible everywhere. And it was looking like if it continued the way it was going, Earth would just die. And I mean a real permanent kind of death, where not this environmental stuff where the Earth could restore itself, but a real permanent death where it would just not be able to be used for its real purpose, which is a starseed to seed cultures and races that go out. And so what did they do next? Getting a little tired of this one. This is hard to. It's not impossible for me, but it's a little hard. See, while I'm doing all this talking, I'm also working with you guys psychically to try to balance things and stuff. And there's a lot of people here. Well, right, okay. Boy, glad some of you guys have seen the videos here. They didn't know what to do, and so they called in the different consciousness levels from all over, from galactic levels to all kinds of places and things. I don't know if Galactic Command was called in on that kind of level, but there were a lot of levels of life that were asked for help. And nobody really knew exactly what to do. There had been kind of a plan that had been taking place before, And so that was looked at, and after a while, it was finally decided that that's what they ought to do. And again, what they were looking for was a situation where both sides would win. Both the Martians would come out of it, and the Lemurians would come out of it in such a way that they could become friends again and keep going and keep growing through this whole situation. It's kind of like looking for a situation where the Israelis and the Arabs can both live together and be happy. Not easy, you know. I mean, you know, when you got hate going back and forth and all kinds of weird stuff and everything's in chaos, it's really hard. On the other hand, you can't just go down there and just shoot all the Martians or shoot all the Lemurians or whatever, because the higher consciousness knows that that there is no such thing as death. There's only transformation. And that they're tied to the evolutionary pattern, so it's just all going to recycle back again. The problem would just be delayed for a short time. It wouldn't solve anything, so they were looking for a real solution. Meanwhile, it's getting worse and worse and worse. They finally decided that they were going to wait till this particular moment over here, because that's the moment of transformation. They know that you can make certain kinds of consciousness changes and transformation at that time that would be easier then than at any other time. It's the proper moment for that kind of thing. So they had to wait for 4,000 years, or whatever that number difference is there, 3,500 years or so until they got over there. And then when they came about 200 years before this is when it really began, right in this little, just a couple hundred years before that time, right in there. What it was decided is that they would synthetically put the planet. They knew that we'd already dropped down through the levels, down, 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 because of this experiment. The experiment was still going on and was still out of control, though they had managed to confine it to kind of an oscillating pattern, which we'll talk about a little while later, which what that pattern is what many people call the Bermuda Triangle. The star tetrahedral field that's still sitting down there on the ocean floor, primarily submerged, and it's a counter-rotating field. Part of it, when the mathematical differences between the one that's rotating counterclockwise and the one that's rotating clockwise means that there is a greater differences going clockwise, and the whole thing is moving this way, then everything is normal. But when it reaches its peak and the other side starts rotating back the other way, then it ends up being abnormal. And you have this triangular shape sticking out of the ocean, the apex of this thing, and which is the locked aspect of the field. And when anything that's inside of this sphere of energy, and especially the tetrahedral aspect of it, when that thing starts going clockwise, you have space-time distortion. And all you got to do is just look back through all of the various things, the airplane pilots and the boats and all the other stuff that we've seen, all the crazy things that have gone on, and you can go right in here in 1 hour and have no problem, and because as long as it's going that way, it's no problem. As soon as it goes back the other way, bingo, you can have all this stuff going on that is weird because of the very nature of what a Merkaba is. So anyway, they decided to create, they knew that we were going to fall, and they knew we were going to fall heavy, and they were hoping we wouldn't fall any lower than where we are now. And they knew that once we got down here, if all things would go well, that they could get us back once we got over to this other point over here, which is where we are now, if it was carefully planned. And what they had to do then was to reconstruct, and which in effect would be to synthetically create a Christ consciousness grid that was destroyed when we fell. a new Christ consciousness grid for us, which is actually something that wouldn't normally happen. If we'd have fallen and they just didn't do anything, we would stay where we are for a long time before we would come around to the place where we'd ever make it back up to Christ consciousness again. So they decided that in order to save us, they would synthetically, or alchemically, however we want to look at it, step in and create the Christ consciousness grid around the earth long before it would normally take place. And they began 200 years before the fall actually took place. They did that by going out into the desert, which wasn't a desert then. It was a beautiful rainforest, actually, in an area that we now call Egypt, in Giza, which is now a desert. And they went out to a very specific spot there because in the halls of Amenti, where the little flame of consciousness that the Anunnaki and the Syrians created from us a long time ago, there are these poles that come out, these axis things of all the various levels of consciousness that we will someday arrive at. And one of those is the Christ consciousness one. And the pole actually comes right out of the earth at a very specific spot, and I mean really specific, like about the size of an atom, out in the middle of the desert there, which wasn't a desert then. And it's a vortex. It's a rotating field coming out. And there's one at the bottom, which is on a little island called Maria, out in the Pacific Ocean, and where the two poles emanate from each other. And one is female and one is male. And so they went to this spot, and it was Ra and Aragat and Thoth who went to this spot. These were three men that were from the Nakal Mystery School. And they went there, and they made a hole in the ground. Which was just sort of nothing there. They just made this little hole in the ground. Only the hole was about, well, I don't know, 6-8 feet around, and it was lined with bricks, and it went for 1 mile into the earth, approximately. A deep, absolute straight line. These were 6-dimensional beings. Whatever they thought happened. I mean, instantaneous. There was hardly any time in between it at all. These are very high-level people, and they didn't have to dig this hole. Just believe me, all they did is they just thought it in place, and it was there, lined with the bricks and the whole thing. You'll understand here a little while why they did this out of stone and didn't use sophisticated metals or things like this, which would be more high-tech looking and more sophisticated in some ways. There's a very definite reason why they chose to use natural materials. And coming out of there was this would be an aerial view from above. There was this vortex coming out like this into space. This would be like the shadow on the surface of the earth of that vortex from above. And there was really more than one of these coming out of there. I think there's 4. But they chose one, and I don't know why they chose this particular one. They did. And then on a 4th dimensional level, they made three pyramids that were lined up, so the apexes were lined up precisely on the spiral. And then they created this one, which is now called the Great Pyramid. They created it from the top down with thought. And our science has verified that. And it doesn't know what to think about it, so it shoved it under the rug, along with everything else. When they carbon dated the stones, which is really the mortar and everything between there, they found that the oldest stones were on the top, and the youngest ones were on the bottom. And they don't know what to think about that. So they just took it under the rug. It doesn't fit in our plan. These two were created much later, but they were fourth dimensionally created there in the first place. And then there's actually six more little pyramids that were made there. They were timing devices. And then over in this spot over here, they built a building which the Egyptians did not find until about 8 or 9 years ago, maybe. No, I was there in 85, so it's been a long time goes by. It's been 85. It's been over almost 15 years now, I guess, that when they first discovered that. There's a building there, and if you go there, you'll see that there's only about that much of the building left, the foundation. It's a golden mean rectangle building, and I think it looks like it. And they have taken aerial surveys of this and found that the center of the hole, the south face of the building, and the north face of the Great Pyramid, which I don't have this lined up right, it'll be over here. These things are all in a perfect, flawless line. They can't see it at all. And there's like about over a mile between these things. And it's so perfect that they just can't conceive of how the Egyptians could possibly have done that from so far away. But there it sits. And this line between this whole thing marks the center of this hole. So, and then later they have discovered that there is another one out there, about a block away, and another spiral coming around through this whole thing. This one, they have discovered, is a Fibonacci spiral, and this one is a golden mean spiral, which we'll get into this later, showing that they actually knew the difference between these whole things. They were perfectly lined up. And but a little later we'll talk about all this, because this is real important, because from an Egyptian point of view, you could not resurrect if you didn't know the difference between a Fibonacci spiral and a logarithmic spiral. It was essential for their particular resurrection philosophy. And they marked that, and from the aerial view of the Great Pyramids, it was really important to them. But I'll show you this clearer later on. But anyway, this hole and this marking here was the key to the beginning of a worldwide grid, what we call sacred spots or power places or whatever you want to call them. There are over or approximately 83,000 of these all over the world. And they are geomancy places in the ley lines and the grids of the earth that affect an electromagnetic field that shapes around the earth by the very sticking of rods in the earth and building of pyramids and putting crystals in certain places and these sort of elusive things. You can affect and shape a geometrical electromagnetic field that can be detected electromagnetically, though it's very weak, around the earth, and shape it so that shape is geometrically perfect from that. The entire 83,000 sacred sites were created through these three men on a fourth dimensional level first. Then, over 13,000 years, people all over the world were just drawn to these places like Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman and Palenque and Uxmal and all these places all over the world, and built these structures on these very particular places. They had inner direction, and they built them according to their inner direction, which was following this higher will to create this pattern. And so it took 13,000 years to create the grid up there. It wasn't finished until 1989. It was just finished. And but this was the first place. And I'll say this, though, the proof has not come out, but eventually it will. Because Thoth said this one, not only is this laid out in a logarithmic spiral, a golden mean spiral, but all the sacred sites on the planet are laid out on either golden mean or logarithmic spirals, and they are all mathematically delineated back to this single point here, or actually it could be probably the one set is delineated here and the other set is delineated there. But that's the origin of all of them. All the temples that go down the Nile are all laid out on these logarithmic spirals. or Fibonacci spirals. But everything of the whole planet is. And I don't think there's any exceptions to this. Though there might be. There's exceptions to just about everything, but it's not going to be much if there is. And what many people are discovering now is that the whole system is holographic. That once you know one building, you can determine what the next one's going to be, and you can keep doing this all the way through. That there's an interrelationship between all these various times and cultures that are all over the world. That there was a greater mind working through all of this. That the Peruvians were not working on their own. That the Mexicans were not working on their own. The Tibetans and the American Indians, all these various people. That there was a greater mind doing all of this. And the evidence keeps pouring in daily on that this is true. So anyway, they began the process there. They built this one pyramid right here. They then built a huge city, temples really, underneath the Great Pyramid, which they have located some of the rooms of this, though they do not understand it because they're in the Nile. They found them. They're inside the Nile with water flowing around them, but there's no water in the rooms. But they go way deep into the earth. The Great Pyramid sits on a huge mountain of solid rock. And underneath that, in the apex of that rock structure that's underneath there, is a complex designed to hold about 10,000 people. And it never quite needed that many, but they made it a little bit bigger than they needed. Eventually, it held about 8,000 people at its maximum point, because that was how many people reached immortality on the earth toward the very end of all of this. So they built all of this stuff, laid out the whole things, laid out the whole patterns, and then went back and sat on the lands for 200 years and watched everything degenerate even further. And then finally, no more than hours before Atlantis sank, they went back to this little place, which was called the land of Klim, which meant the hairy barbarians. They went to a place that we call, which is right near there, which is called the Sphinx. Now, in the Emerald Tablets, by the way, it says that Thoth created the Sphinx. But according to Thoth himself, he said that was a mistake by Durrell. And he also said, by the way, for some people here, that Durrell made many mistakes in the interpretation of the Emerald Tablets. That there were many, for example, in Durrell's interpretation, when he talks about this ship that I'm about to talk about, he says that it had atomic motors. This was interpreted in 1925, or 27, so 1925. And that was the most far out thing that Durrell could think about. But actually, there's no motors in there at all. You don't need anything because it's a Merkaba. It's a Merkaba resonance field. So it locks on with a living Merkaba field and is activated. It runs off thought and emotion. It doesn't require motors like we know. But anyway, so they waited for 200 years, and then they went back to the Sphinx, which is a marker. And that Sphinx is ancient. Even Thoth doesn't know who did it, because he says it was created before the 5.5 million year period. That puts it a little bit older than the 10,000 years that they're worried about in that whole thing. He says it's really old. You might wonder, well, how could that be? It could have been underground. Just even when Napoleon found the Sphinx, all that was sitting out of the earth was the head. He didn't even know there was a body attached to it. And so it's hard to say how old that thing is. All you can do is age the rock. That's about it. And say how old that stuff is. He says it's really, really old and doesn't know how old it is. And he doesn't even know who did it. but he says that underneath there is the oldest, what he says is the oldest synthetic object in the world, which is a vehicle. It sits approximately a mile down underneath there, also, in a round circular room, and it's from the top, it's a ship that looks like that, just a round circle, and from the side, it looks like that. It's like a disc. It's just like a big, flat disc with approximately about 22 foot ceiling space between the top and the bottom, something roughly about that big, and about 2 city blocks across. Something around about that area. I'm not sure. It's based on the proportions of the Great Pyramid, or the other way around. The pyramid was based on these proportions. When the pyramid was created, it looked like this. This is the wrong angle here, but it's all right. The Great Pyramid has a missing capstone. It has a big piece off the top. There's all kinds of ideas about where that missing capstone is and everything. According to Thoth, it's in the Halls of Records. It's 5.5 inches high, it's solid gold, and it's a holographic image of the whole thing with all the little rooms in it and everything. And it's a miniature of the Great Pyramid. And that's it was not really a capstone. That's a big piece that's missing out there. I think it's 24 feet square. It's not just a few blocks that are missing. When you get up there, it's like a room. It's a big, flat, huge place. And what it is a landing platform. This is according to Thoth's teaching. And the ship was flown back to. They got into it. Thoth was one that flew it the last time. Ron also got into it. It used Thoth's spine, though, to activate it, and then they raised it to one overtone higher than the Earth sits on, allowing it to pass right through the Earth, up into the atmosphere, and they flew it to Atlantis. They picked up the rest of the immortal beings that were there. By this time, there were about 1,600 of them. And, is that right? Yeah, about 1,600. And then he said that they got no more than about a quarter mile up away from the surface when all of it, the last bit of Atlantis went into the water. And they all sat there and watched this thing go in the water. And then they flew from there to Egypt and landed on top of this thing. So that must have been quite a sight, considering that this was perfectly smooth, with stones that are fitted so close together that you couldn't even hardly see the seams. And they secretly made plans to begin to try to control the Earth. The beginning of the secret government, going all the way back to Atlantis. And they immediately began to create the pyramids and the functional buildings that they had done on Sidonia, on Atlantis, to recreate the external Merkaba. to gain control of space and time, and thereby to be able to control the planet Earth. And this time they were very serious. They were not going to be swayed by someone telling them they should not do that. And they set up, the only thing is it had been a long time since they had done this. And so when they set up the whole experiment and did the whole thing, unlike the precision that they had done on Mars, they lost control. They lost control of this huge counter-rotating field of energy and was not able to, and I mean really lost control. And I'm sure it scared the pants off of even those guys. And it began to rip open the dimensional levels around Earth, primarily the lower dimensional levels. In fact, I think it was totally the lower dimensional levels. It could have equally been the higher dimensional levels, but that isn't what happened. And it would have been better if it had been. It would have been a much easier situation to heal. But that isn't what happened. And this was a situation kind of like, in terms of the human body, the dimensions are like different parts of the body. It's like you have organs, you got a heart doing one thing, a liver doing another thing, and you got a stomach doing another thing. And you don't want to break the membranes that go between all these things. And the membranes are like the dimensional thresholds that this Merkaba just ripped apart. And it was more like a tear, like a rip. And so it'd be just like taking your stomach lining and just ripping it open. And what happens is cells, or spirits, from other dimensional levels on the other side of the membrane, or like blood, came pouring into the stomach. You're not supposed to do that. That's against the law. And so you had billions of these, and maybe a lot more than just billions of these lower dimensional, interdimensional spirits or beings coming in to this higher dimensional world for them, and they were scared to death. They were like little children, scared to death. This was outside of their experience, and they were flowed in here. It wasn't their fault, poured in here. And and it was a horrible situation. The ascended masters of the earth, with at that time there were only about 1,600 of them, did everything they could to heal the situation and act as rapidly as they could. And they did a very good job, and if it had not been for them, it would have been all over. We would have lost this place. It would have been gone. We would have lost it. But they managed to seal up the dimensional levels, and they managed to get most of these spirits back into the place where they're supposed to be. But not all of them. Many of them came into the people that existed in Atlantis at that time, and even into people all around the world, but mostly into the Atlanteans, into the area where this took place. And they just went into people, and so the people were no longer alone in their bodies, but they had anywhere from 1 to hundreds of other people in their bodies with them at the same time. And it was horrible. And there was like an internal war going on, and struggle. And everything began to degenerate horribly. All the systems broke down. All the emotional bodies, and that, you know, all your kinds of systems of all kinds of levels that we call culture, all broke down to nothing. And total chaos ensued. Disease became rampant, and in the last 48,000 years of Atlantis, it was a living hell. It was the worst, much worse than anything you can conceive of on Earth. It was absolutely terrible everywhere. And it was looking like if it continued the way it was going, Earth would just die. And I mean a real permanent kind of death, where not this environmental stuff where the Earth could restore itself, but a real permanent death where it would just not be able to be used for its real purpose, which is a star seed to seed cultures and races that go out. And so what do they do next? Getting a little tired of this one. This is hard to. It's not impossible for me, but it's a little hard. See, while I'm doing all this talking, I'm also working with you guys psychically to try to balance things and stuff. And there's a lot of people here. Well, right, okay. Boy, glad some of you guys have seen the videos. They didn't know what to do, and so they called in many of the different consciousness levels from all over, from galactic levels to all kinds of places and things. I don't know if Galactic Command was called in on that kind of level, but there were a lot of levels of life that were asked for help. And nobody really knew exactly what to do. There had been kind of a plan that had been taking place before, and so that was looked at, and after a while it was finally decided that's what they ought to do. And again, what they were looking for was a situation where both sides would win. Both the Martians would come out of it, and the Lemurians would come out of it in such a way that they could become friends again and keep going and keep growing through this whole situation. It's kind of like looking for a situation where the Israelis and the Arabs can both live together and be happy. Not easy, you know. I mean, you know, when you got hate going back and forth and all kinds of weird stuff and everything's in chaos, it's really hard. On the other hand, you can't just go down there and just shoot all the Martians or shoot all the Lemurians or whatever, because the higher consciousness knows that there is no such thing as death. There's only transformation. And that they're tied to the evolutionary pattern, so it's just all going to recycle back again. The problem would just be delayed for a short time. It wouldn't solve anything, so they were looking for a real solution. Meanwhile, it's getting worse and worse and worse. They finally decided that they were going to wait till this particular moment over here, because that's the moment of transformation. They know that you can make certain kinds of consciousness changes and transformation at that time that would be easier then than at any other time. It's the proper moment for that kind of thing. So they had to wait for 4,000 years, or whatever that number difference is there, 3,500 years or so, until they got over there. And then when they came about 200 years before this is when it really began, right in this little, just a couple hundred years before that time, right in there. What it was decided is that they would synthetically put the planet. They knew that we'd already dropped down through the levels, down, 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 because of this experiment. The experiment was still going on and was still out of control, though they had managed to confine it to kind of an oscillating pattern, which we'll talk about a little while later, which what that pattern is what many people call the Bermuda Triangle. The star tetrahedral field that's still sitting down there in the ocean floor is primarily submerged, and it's a counter-rotating field. Part of it, when the mathematical differences between the one that's rotating counterclockwise and the one that's rotating clockwise means that there is a greater differences going clockwise, and the whole thing is moving this way, then everything is normal. But when it reaches its peak and the other side starts rotating back the other way, then it ends up being abnormal. And you have this triangular shape sticking out of the ocean, the apex of this thing, and which is the locked aspect of the field. And when anything that's inside of this sphere of energy, and especially the tetrahedral aspect of it, when that thing starts going clockwise, you have space-time distortion. And all you got to do is just look back through all of the various things, the airplane bias and the boats and all the other stuff that we've seen, all the crazy things that have gone on, and you can go right in here in 1 hour and have no problem, and because as long as it's going that way, it's no problem. As soon as it goes back the other way, bingo, you can have all this stuff going on that is weird because of the very nature of what a Merkaba is. So anyway, they decided to create, they knew that we were going to fall, and they knew we were going to fall heavy, and they were hoping we wouldn't fall any lower than where we are now. And they knew that once we got down here, if all things would go well, that they could get us back once we got over to this other point over here, which is where we are now, if it was carefully planned. And what they had to do then was to reconstruct, and which in effect would be to synthetically create a Christ consciousness grid that was destroyed when we fell. A new Christ consciousness grid for us, which is actually something that wouldn't normally happen. If we'd have fallen and they just didn't do anything, we would stay where we are for a long time before we would come around to the place where we'd ever make it back up to Christ consciousness again. So they decided that in order to save us, they would synthetically, or alchemically, however you want to look at it, step in and create the Christ consciousness grid around the earth long before it would normally take place. And they began 200 years before the fall actually took place. They did that by going out into the desert, which wasn't a desert then. It was a beautiful rainforest, actually, in an area that we now call Egypt, in Giza, which is now a desert. And they went out to a very specific spot there because in the halls of Amenti, where the little flame of consciousness that the Anunnaki and the Syrians created from us a long time ago, there are these poles that come out, these axis things of all the various levels of consciousness that we will someday arrive at. And one of those is the Christ consciousness one. And the pole actually comes right out of the earth at a very specific spot, and I mean really specific, like about the size of an atom, out in the middle of the desert there, which wasn't a desert then. And it's a vortex. It's a rotating field coming out. And there's one at the bottom, which is on a little island called Maria, out in the Pacific Ocean, and where the two poles emanate from each other. And one is female and one is male. And so they went to this spot, and it was Ra and Aragat and Thoth who went to this spot. These were three men that were from the Nakal Mystery School. And they went there, and they made a hole in the ground. Which was just sort of nothing there. They just made this little hole in the ground. Only the hole was about, well, I don't know, 6-8 feet around, and it was lined with bricks, and it went for 1 mile into the earth, approximately. A deep, absolute straight line. These were 6-dimensional beings. Whatever they thought happened. I mean, instantaneous. There was hardly any time in between it at all. These are very high-level people, and they didn't have to dig this hole. Just believe me, all they did is they just thought it in place, and it was there, lined with the bricks and the whole thing. You'll understand here a little while why they did this out of stone. They didn't use sophisticated metals or things like this, which would be more high-tech looking and more sophisticated in some ways. There's a very definite reason why they chose to use natural materials. And coming out of there was this would be an aerial view from above. There was this vortex coming out like this into space. This would be like the shadow on the surface of the Earth of that vortex from above. And there was really more than one of these coming out of there. I think there's 4. But they chose one. I don't know why they chose this particular one. They did. And then on a 4th dimensional level, they made pyramids that were lined up, so the apexes were lined up precisely on the spiral. And then they created this one, which is now called the Great Pyramid. They created it from the top down with thought. And our science has verified that. And it doesn't know what to think about it, so it shoved it under the rug, along with everything else. When they carbon dated the stones, which is really the mortar and everything between there, they found that the oldest stones were on the top, and the youngest ones were on the bottom, and they don't know what to think about that. So they just took it under the rug. It doesn't fit in our line. These 2 were created much later, but they were 4th dimensionally created there in the first place. And then there's actually 6 more little pyramids that were made. They were timing devices. And then over in this spot over here, they built a building which the Egyptians did not find until about 8 or 9 years ago, maybe. I was there in 85, so it's been a long time goes by, isn't it? It's been 85, 80. It's been over almost 15 years now, I guess, when they first discovered that. There's a building there, and if you go there, you'll see that there's only about that much of the building left, the foundation. It's a golden mean rectangle building, and I think it looks like it. And they have taken aerial surveys of this and found that the center of the hole, the south face of the building, and the north face of the Great Pyramid, which I don't have this lined up right over here, these things are all in a perfect, flawless line. They can't see it at all. And there's like about over a mile between these things. And it's so perfect that they just can't conceive of how the Egyptians could possibly have done that from so far away. But there it sits. And this line between this whole thing marks the center of this hole. So, and then later they have discovered that there is another one out there, about a block away, and another spiral coming around through this whole thing. This one, they have discovered, is a Fibonacci spiral, and this one is a golden mean spiral, which we'll get into this later, showing that they actually knew the difference between these whole things. They were perfectly lined up. And but a little later we'll talk about all this, because this is real important, because from an Egyptian point of view, you could not resurrect if you didn't know the difference between the Fibonacci spiral and the logarithmic spirals. It was essential for their particular resurrection philosophy. And they marked that, and from the aerial view of the Great Pyramids, it was really important to them. But I'll show you this clearer later on. But anyway, this hole and this marking here was the key to the beginning of a worldwide grid, what we call sacred spots or power places or whatever you want to call them. There are over or approximately 83,000 of these all over the world. And they are geomancy places in the ley lines and the grids of the Earth that affect an electromagnetic field that shapes around the Earth by the very sticking of rods in the Earth and building of pyramids and putting crystals in certain places and these sort of elusive things. You can affect and shape a geometrical electromagnetic field that can be detected electromagnetically, though it's very weak, around the Earth, and shape it so that that shape is geometrically perfect. from that. The entire 83,000 sacred sites were created through these three men on a fourth dimensional level first. Then, over 13,000 years, people all over the world were just drawn to these places like Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman, and Palenque and Uxmal, and all these places all over the world, and built these structures on these very particular places. They had inner direction, and they built them according to their inner direction, which was following this higher will to create this pattern. And so it took 13,000 years to create the grid up there. It wasn't finished until 1989. It was just finished. And but this was the first place. And I'll say this, though, the proof has not come out, but eventually it will. Because Thoth said this one, not only is this laid out in a logarithmic spiral, a golden mean spiral, but all the sacred sites on the planet are laid out on either golden mean or logarithmic spirals, and they are all mathematically delineated back to this single point here, or actually it could be probably the one set is delineated here and the other set is delineated there. But that's the origin of all of them. All the temples that go down the Nile are all laid out on these logarithmic spirals or Fibonacci spirals. But everything over the whole planet is. And I don't think there's any exceptions to this. Though there might be. There's exceptions to just about everything, but it's not going to be much if there is. And what many people are discovering now is that the whole system is holographic. That once you know one building, you can determine what the next one's going to be, and you can keep doing this all the way through. That there's an interrelationship between all these various times and cultures that are all over the world. That there was a greater mind working through all of this. That the Peruvians were not working on their own. That the Mexicans were not working on their own. The Tibetans and the American Indians, all these various people. That there was a greater mind doing all of this. And the evidence keeps pouring in daily on that this is true. So anyway, they began the process there. They built this one pyramid right here. They then built a huge city, temples really, underneath the Great Pyramid, which they have located some of the rooms of this, though they do not understand it because they're in the Nile. They found them. They're inside the Nile with water flowing around them, but there's no water in the rooms. But they go way deep into the earth. The Great Pyramid sits on a huge mountain of solid rock. And underneath that, in the apex of that rock structure that's underneath there, is a complex designed to hold about 10,000 people. And it never quite needed that many, but they made it a little bit bigger than they needed. Eventually, it held about 8,000 people at its maximum point, because that was how many people reached immortality on the earth toward the very end of all of this. So they built all of this stuff, laid out the whole things, laid out the whole patterns, and then went back and sat on the lens for 200 years and watched everything degenerate even further. And then finally, no more than hours before Atlantis sank, they went back to this little place, which was called the land of Klim, which meant the hairy barbarians. They went to a place that we call, which is right near there, which is called the Sphinx. Now, in the Emerald Tablets, by the way, it says that Thoth created the Sphinx. But according to Thoth himself, he said that was a mistake by Durrell. And he also said, by the way, for some people here, that Durrell made many mistakes in the interpretation of the Emerald Tablets. That there were many, for example, in Durrell's interpretation, when he talks about this ship that I'm about to talk about, he says that it had atomic motors. This was interpreted in 1925 or 27, so 1925, and that was the most far out thing that Durrell could think about. But actually, there's no motors in there at all. You don't need anything because it's a Merkaba. It's a Merkaba resonance field. So it locks on with a living Merkaba field and is activated. It runs off thought and emotion. It doesn't require motors like we know. But anyway, so they waited for 200 years, and then they went back to the Sphinx, which is a marker. And that Sphinx is ancient. Even Thoth doesn't know who did it, because he says it was created before the 5.5 million year period. That puts it a little bit older than the 10,000 years that they're worried about in that whole thing. He says it's really old. You might wonder, well, how could that be? It could have been underground. Just even when Napoleon found the Sphinx, all that was sitting out of the earth was the head. He didn't even know there was a body attached to it. And so it's hard to say how old that thing is. All you can do is judge it, age the rock. That's about it. And say how old that stuff is. He says it's really, really old. He doesn't know how old it is. And he doesn't even know who did it. But he says that underneath there is the oldest, what he says is the oldest synthetic object in the world, which is a vehicle. It sits approximately a mile down underneath there also in a round circular room, and it's from the top it's a ship that looks like that, just a round circle, and from the side it looks like that. It's like a disc. It's just like a big flat disc with approximately about 22 foot ceiling space between the top and the bottom, something roughly about that big, and about 2 city blocks across. Something around about that area. I'm not sure. It's based on the proportions of the Great Pyramid, or the other way around. The pyramid was based on these proportions. When the pyramid was created, it looked like this. This is the wrong angle here, but it's all right. The Great Pyramid has a missing capstone. It has a big piece off the top. There's all kinds of ideas about where that missing capstone is and everything. According to Thoth, it's in the halls of records. It's 5.5 inches high, it's solid gold, and it's a holographic image of the whole thing with all the little rooms in it and everything. And it's a miniature of the Great Pyramid. And that's it was not really a capstone. That's a big piece that's missing up there. I think it's 24 feet square. It's not just a few blocks that are missing. I mean, you get up there, it's like a room. It's a big, flat, huge place. And what it is a landing platform. This is according to Thoth's teaching. And the ship was flown back to. They got into it. Thoth was one that flew it the last time. Ron also got into it. It used Thoth's spine, though, to activate it. And then they raised it to one overtone higher than the Earth sits on, allowing it to pass right through the Earth, up into the atmosphere. And they flew it to Atlantis. They picked up the rest of the immortal beings that were there. By this time, there were about 1,600 of them. And, is that right? Yeah, about 1,600. And then he said that they got no more than about a quarter mile up away from the surface when all of it, the last bit of Atlantis went into the water. And they all sat there and watched this thing go in the water. And then they flew from there to Egypt and landed on top of this thing. So it must have been quite a sight. considering that this was perfectly smooth, with stones that are fitted so close together that you couldn't even hardly see the seams. They had a piece of paper in the middle, and perfectly smooth, gleaming white, and this transparent flat disc sitting on top. If you'd have brought the pyramid up to its apex, the top would exactly hit where the top surface of this was. And if you were to look at this from above, this is what you would see. Let's do it in the proper colors, I guess. You would see, I'm going to make this smaller. You would see the pyramid like this. And you would see this thing sitting on top of it, approximately like that. The perimeter of the circumference of this ship was equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid. For those of you who know sacred geometry, that's the dimensions of life itself, which we'll talk about when we get into the sacred geometry and all this other stuff. And he said they no sooner landed on there, locked in their fields and everything. Now remember, this is an entire group of 1,600 people creating a group Merkaba that is a rotating field where there's a star tetrahedral pattern moving in here and a bunch of other ones which I'm not going to get into. And there's a spherical pattern in that, and then a huge Merkaba field around that. And they lock that in, creating their own electromagnetic and magnetic fields. Very, very important in a pole shift, because when the pole shifts, what happens is, for hundreds of years prior to the pole shifting, the magnetic field begins to decrease, going down and down and down and down, which our science will tell you has been going on for 500 years on Earth. It's been getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker for 500 years. And now beginning to migrate and move. This is the reason the whales come in and land into the beaches and things, because they're following these ancient magnetic lines which have been a certain way for a long time, which are now distorting and moving into land masses, and are just following these things right into there, which are not supposed to be there. It's all getting distorted and changed and getting weaker. We will come up to a place right prior to the poles shifting when the magnetic field of the Earth will just collapse in. It'll go away. There won't be any. A little later, I'll show you an article here that they have just discovered something brand new in the human brain. They haven't discovered anything new in the human body in 300 years. They just discovered something, and that is that the cells of the human brain have magnets in them. And there's a magnetic sheet that moves around the entire brain, which they never knew was there. And what they will eventually discover is that memory is a function of a magnetic field, which has a very specific geometrical pattern, which I'll show you a little later, and that it requires a low-level external magnetic field to keep it intact. And not just any kind of field. It needs the Earth, or it needs a pattern that can be regenerated, very much like the Earth. And when that pattern totally goes away, something else also goes away. It's called memory. It's like pulling the plug on the computer. We know nothing. Everything we've stored is gone. And this is what happened on Atlantis. Here's all these people, very, very sophisticated. You would really be amazed at how sophisticated they were, and where they were at, and what the levels of awareness they were at. And all of a sudden, in a 20-hour period, gone. No awareness, nothing. Didn't even know how to I mean, just imagine what happened right now if you suddenly had your mind erased. You wouldn't know how to get out of this building. You wouldn't know what anything was for. It would just be like, you know, it would just be pure survival. You would still be alive, you'd be conscious, you'd be aware, but you wouldn't know what anything was. You wouldn't know how to open a door, you wouldn't know anything. And these people were right back to figuring out how to make fires and keep alive and stay warm. And right back down to the basics again. But not these guys. Because they had created their own Merkaba field, which keeps their memory intact. And again, the definition that I'm defining immortality is the memory that stays intact. And so once you get your Merkaba, the living field Merkaba in place, you can keep your memory intact under any conditions whatsoever. Even under conditions that you would not imagine that this kind of field could possibly protect you under, like an atomic bomb blowing up or something like this. It wouldn't affect it. You could be right in the midst of it and it wouldn't even affect it. You could walk away from it. It would not affect it. Nothing can affect it. Not even the middle of the sun can affect it. And because it's the basic creation pattern, what created all this stuff. It's what we created the whole thing with. It's what we stepped in with it, and it's the doorway out. No one's going to create an experiment and get into it if there isn't some way out. And that's the way out. And so this magnetic field kept their memories intact while everybody else's was erased, except for one group of people, which I still do not understand how they did it. They had to have some of the ancient memory of the Merkaba, and that's the Mayans. The Mayans came from Atlantis. They say so. There's a document called the Toronto document. Let me see if I've still got that. No, I didn't bring it with me this time. There's the Toronto document, which was translated by Pelagion, which is sitting in the British Museum right now. It's Toronto, T-R-O-A-N-O. And it is a series of stones on this wall describing the sinking of Atlantis. And it describes how Atlantis upheaval went up and down, and all these things took place, and how there were 10 countries in Atlantis corresponding to the 10 points, and that 64 million people were killed in one night. And it shows on there the Mayans escaping in these boats while there's these modern-looking cities with pyramids and volcanoes going off everywhere. And then there was 3.5 stones that were painted black, which are the 3.5 days that happens when the field collapses. And the pole shift is 20 hours, okay, but the field is gone for about anywhere from 2.5 to about 4.25, and it usually is 3 to 3.5 days long. Those are the minimum and the maximum amounts that anybody's ever seen it. But it's usually about 3 or 3.5 days long, and the last time was probably 3.5 days long, because each one of these was a day, and they just painted them black, and then the third one they painted half black, and they came back again. And so this description was pretty good. Somehow, and they did that 3,500 years ago, they wrote that. So somehow, they were able to keep their memory of all of this, and I don't know how they did it unless there was somebody there that had this awareness. Anyway, so what happened was a lot of these people went all over what's now Europe, the survivors of this, everywhere else, and basically started over. There was very little left from there. Now, this was the time that the Bible refers to as Noah's Ark and the Great Flood. Whether or not it's true that there was only Noah and no one else that survived out of this, I don't know how that's really possible, because there's over 118 stories around the world of the deluge from around the entire globe. who were there writing these 118 stories? I don't know if it's really true. I can't say that for sure or not. Somebody had to write those stories. And if it was somebody afterwards, they couldn't be talking about what happened because they wouldn't have been there. And if it all started out with just 6 people or whatever it was, it would have taken a long time to repopulate the Earth. This is true. Also, well, that's another story, though, how he handed that to. That's the Peruvian story of after the deluge. Where according to the Peruvian story, Thoth came down and gave the golden rod to Mancos, who became the first king of the Inca Empire. He was to find the lost city of Cusco and begin the empire. And that happened right after the first stone emerged out of the Great Flood. And I don't know, but according to Thoth, that's not exactly accurate, that there were survivors around the world, and quite a few of them. And but they had not much going on up there. So they had a real high-tech body. They had all the equipment. They just didn't have the software. They had the good computer, though. And so, let's see, where were we on this? I'm going to have to end this. We are really behind. You guys haven't asked any questions at all, and we're still behind. I don't understand how this works. So anyway, after this, after the deluge came back, I mean, after this all happened, the deluge, by the way, was the poles that were where Hawaii, etc., where they melted completely. That was part of what was going on. But evidently there was another thing going on also, which science is now coming up with. In the Bible it talks about the springs that began to come forth and all of this. Now, has anybody seen the evidence now that they're bringing forth? What science is pretty... They think that there was a huge amount of water in the earth, like a ring around there, and that it began to come forth in just like huge amounts. And there's a lot of physical evidence of this. The earth was literally just deluged on top of this. Not only did the poles melt, which would have risen them 200 or 300 feet, but there was much more water coming out of the center of the earth in all of this. Anyway, the Great Pyramids, by the way, were covered with water for a long period of time to about the 2/3 level. This is one of the proofs that the Great Pyramid was not created in the fourth dynasty, as they say. And they don't want to hear this, though, but the evidence is there. Because even though the stones were removed by the Muslims a few hundred years ago, the impact of this thing sitting in water so long merged all the way through, and the watermark is still there at the 2/3 level. And when they entered into the Great Pyramid, this was what's his name, He was Muslim, I can't remember. When they broke into it, they basically broke in. There was a door there. They could have just pushed a button and it would have opened up, but they dug their way in and came back out and then found the door. And you don't push a button, you just touch it just right in the hole. The door would swivel back. And when they entered into the Great Pyramid, the entire pyramid, all the King's Chamber, the Great Hallway, all the rooms all the way down, everything was covered with about a ½ inch of sea salt. And with that and the watermarks meant that this was built before the Great Deluge. Because there's never been any time that we know of in the last 4,000 years when the earth has been covered with water. Especially that area, which is the center of the planet. The center of all landmass, right in there, where that sits. And that's the exact center, by the way. I don't know if you know that. It's the precise center of all the land masses of the earth. It's where the Great Pyramid sits. And so it's just another proof that this was much, much older than what they thought. The ship was then flown to the island of the Sun, where, well, first of all, Ra got out here by an opening through the top into a room that sat at that exact level where the water level was, at the 2/3 level, which that room has not been found yet, but Thoth says it will be, and when they do, they will find that it's made out of red, black, and white stones, and that it was where the ceremony, that Ra came out of there with about 1/3 of the people, held a ceremony, and left from there to the underground city, and that and it was Ra and approximately 1/3 of the ascended masters of the Nakal Mystery School that began Egypt. The ship was then flown to Peru, specifically to the island of the Sun on Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, and Thoth got out there, and that's where he handed the rod to Marcos, and who became the first king of the Inca Empire, and Thoth stayed there in Peru. It became the love. He loved it there. When I went to Peru, I mean, you could tell by the way he's, and over here he was telling me all these places. In Egypt he wouldn't talk much at all. He doesn't like Egypt, I don't think. But he liked Peru a lot. He had a baby in Peru. I think that's what did it. Softened you up. And anyway, and then the ship was flown to the Himalaya Mountains, where Ara got off, along with about another 1/3 of the people. And 7 of them flew the ship back to the Sphinx, lowered it down in that room, where it remained there until just a few years ago, where it was brought back up into the air by a 23-year-old Peruvian woman who is now controlling the airways. Right now, she is really up to her what happens on a lot of levels of life. And I'm going to leave all of this, concepts of things, and we're going to head into Egypt, though. However, before we do, I'm going to allow questions to be asked here, because we've gone a long time without any. And we've only got about 20 more minutes, and it's 9 o'clock already. We're going to have to work real hard tomorrow. Egypt is the area that we're going to focus on. Those 3 areas, Egypt and Peru, which includes the Yucatan all the way down to Peru, and Tibet, in that area up in there, those were chosen because of the nature of the Earth's geometrical and geomancy fields. Egypt became the male aspect of the Christ consciousness grid. The Yucatan, Peru became the female aspect of the grid, and the Tibet became the child or the neutral energy of the grid. And there are pyramids in all 3 of those areas. Huh? Tibet became the neutral or child energy of there's the mommy, daddy, and baby energy of the field. Everything is mommy, daddy, and baby in one way or another. And that female is the Mayan, Peruvian. I'm not going to talk about those other 2 places very much, though my experiences there and everything were really powerful for me, and I learned a lot being in some of those places. But I'm going to focus mostly on Egypt, mostly because the vast majority of people that come to this workshop have Egyptian-based backgrounds, though not always. And it depends. Sometimes I don't, but I think this one is for sure. And we're going to go to Egypt also because that happened to be the only place or area where survivors from Atlantis and the Nakal Mystery School were co-located at the same place, because in the other ones They were not Atlantean people who survived that, but different races. It's Incans and other races besides the Atlanteans. And we're going to look at the Sumerian and Egyptian cultures as they unfolded and what happened in all of that. That's what we're going to start in when we start in tomorrow. And we don't have too much more of that to go into, and we'll eventually focus in on one very specific area of Egypt. If you talk to most Christians or a Catholic right now, they will tend to look at Egypt as being a cult and not a very healthy place to get information from, and I agree with them. There's only one tiny little speck of light that came out of Egypt, and that was for 17 and a half years. That came out of one little dynasty. But it was a real blast of light. And we need to look at what happened there. That's when they said that there was only one God. And what happened in that school was real important. In fact, what happened in that school, according to Thoth and his information, created the Christian religion. It was that one particular school that was the founder behind all of that. And the Coptics that came out of that, and the Essenes that also were affected and came out of that, all of that was all planned from a long time ago. But again, if you are Christian, you can just listen to this, and you don't have to accept it if you don't want to. But this is what Thoth has told me. And so this is the area we're going to head into tomorrow. We're going to get into what is called the Egyptian Mystery School of Akhenaten. We will start in that pretty early tomorrow, and that will lead into the sacred geometry. And we'll begin to get out of this kind of talking about history and going into very, very specific aspects of human nature and the mind. Okay, now where's that talking machine?
Okay. I have a hard time understanding how these ascended master beings like Thoth and Ra and Akhenaten can create miraculous events on the earth, like creating the pyramids and knowing all about how to put thought in one area and create these deep holes in the ground, and yet they have to create these vehicles to travel in. I'm confused as to what there's sort of two parts to it. One is why would they need the vehicle is one part, and the second part of it, my question is, it seems as if this is in a certain way interfering with the normal process of human evolution, and I'm not quite sure where this non-interference and help comes in.
Okay, the interference, first of all, was there from the beginning. It was there from the moment that the Martians stepped in. It was there from the moment that the Lucifer rebellion started on. And there's been so much interference in this place, it's ridiculous what's gone on. And the only reason this interference here was ordained from higher levels. Permission was granted to do what was done here. They did not do this just on their own. They asked permission and said, what do we do? And they said, here's what you do. So all of this was totally ordained from the highest levels of consciousness in this galaxy. And in terms of using the vehicle that was chosen, this particular one, they did not need vehicles to personally travel from one place to another. That you can read about in the Emerald Tablets, where he would go into deep space purely on his own without any kind of vehicles or anything. But this was a traditional, you might say, vehicle. It was considered a warship, written as a warship in the Emerald Tablets. And I remember when I read that as a warship, it repelled me because I was thinking, in terms of light and stuff. And I go, what's this warship stuff, And that was before I found out about the Greys or any of that stuff. But in conjunction of the Greys and the various races that are associated with it are here, and all the kinds of stuff that they're doing, which happens to be timed with this very event that's going on right now, I can understand why they would need a warship to... It says right in there that every single time that we come to these two apexes on the precession, that the dark side of our nature, if you want to see it as unity, always tries to take over the earth. It has for hundreds of millions of years, and it has always failed. But it always tries. That's part of its job. And this ship is tuned to the earth. It's a ship that it takes an absolutely pure person that has reached a particular level, at least, of Christ consciousness to operate it, because it's run on not just understanding, but it's run on universal unconditional love. It's love that operates that ship. And so when a person can operate it and move it into the air, sure, you could sit there and do that, but to get to the ship out, it's like, it's been going on for so long, and I don't know why they have to do that, for sure. I mean, I can conceive of what you're seeing of why they don't have to do that, but they do. And even in 1992, we're still using the thing. It's still out there. This is what's forced all the grays to leave from here. And it's an amplifier. I mean, it only requires one person. And one person can turn water into wine real easy. One person can even move a mountain. Might be a little harder for one person to completely change the entire nature of a planet. But with that ship, one person can do that. One little female, little frail 23-year-old woman was able to do that. And so maybe at some point, or maybe at certain points in our evolution, we don't need to use that thing. And I do understand what you're saying, because I went through the same stuff. I thought, what's this all about? I mean, it's so weird. And but I kind of get it now. It took me a long time, and I kind of see why it's used. And but the Thoth and the Ascended Masters do not use spaceships. This is the only vehicle that is in their use, and it is not a normal vehicle. It has no motors of any sort whatsoever. It's simply a shape that is only 3 to 5 atoms thick. The sides are 3 atoms thick, and the top and bottom are 5 atoms thick in places. Some places only 3 atoms thick. And it's translucent and transparent. And it is designed to amplify and connect in with your own Merkaba. So you have to create a living Merkaba field even to get into it and make it work. A person connected directly with the Lucifer Rebellion could not run that, no matter what they did, no matter how much they knew. They couldn't make it move or function. It requires someone, at least on the level of Christ consciousness, to ever even begin to get this out. But I still don't, even I'm with you at a lot of levels, I still don't really understand. From what I now know, it would only require 2 people to come together to create a living Merkaba field much stronger than this. But one person, I don't know if that's possible without that. Okay, next one.
If I could back up just a little bit, I'm not real clear about, you were talking about how the Christ consciousness was artificially started on the planet, or seeded into the planet, and is that...
How they did that?
Yeah, how did they do that?
They did it first by making that hole in the ground. Yeah. And that hole was tuned right over the axis of what would be the Christ consciousness someday. And then they connected energetically to the spiral by putting the Great Pyramid right on it. And then they started doing geomancy all over the earth with these pyramids and structures all over the entire planet, which shapes space-time around the earth and forms, they're aiming for a stellated dodecahedron around the planet. And we know this is there now. Our governments know this is there. Our governments knew, there's 3 of these up there that are human. our governments became aware, even in the 40s, late 40s, early 50s, of the first grid that was up there, which is our level of consciousness. And then recently have become aware of the dodecahedral field. And that shaping is something you can sense. It's a real thing. But without the creation of that grid, without the building of all these pyramids and all this stuff that's been going on all over the earth, the grid wouldn't happen. It would only happen naturally over, if you just let nature take its course over a long, long time. But if they did that, we would never make it because of the distortion that this field had done within us and all that happened. We would have probably never made it. So they were trying to look for a way to heal us and to put us back to where we were and get everybody to be friends again and to take off again on the evolutionary pattern. And it was their belief that maybe, they didn't know if it would work or not, maybe it would work if they could create the grid and they can create a scenario where we all came back into this grid again, then we could get back into this place where we were before all of this took place. I don't know what the percentages is. There are times when it doesn't work. It doesn't always work. And when that happens, generally, that planet just dies. In our case, when it got right up to the very end, it looked like it was not going to work. And I'll have to tell you what they then further did something further on top of all of that, which is what's caused this incredible piece of paper in the middle. And perfectly smooth, gleaming white, and this transparent flat disc sitting on top. If you'd have brought the pyramid up to its apex, the top would exactly hit where the top surface of this was. And if you were to look at this from above, this is what you would see. Let's do it in the proper colors, I guess. You would see, I'm going to make this smaller. You would see the pyramid like this. And you would see this thing sitting on top of it, approximately like that. The perimeter of or the circumference of this ship was equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid. For those of you who know sacred geometry, that's the dimensions of life itself, which we'll talk about when we get into the sacred geometry and all this other stuff. And he said on Earth, which is causing the entire universe to begin to focus on Earth, that's also something that's never happened before. All life is never focused on a single point. But this, we're creating something here right now that is from every level of existence there is. I don't know, did I help at all on that?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, you got to have a little magic stick to talk from.
I got it.
Okay.
I've heard channeled by the Ascended Masters a number of times.
You got to have that little stick. You got.
Couple-part question here. When Atlantis.
She's got the next one after.
She does.
Okay.
When Atlantis sank, did the Hebrews migrate? This is one part of it. Were the Martians gone in Atlantis? Were they humanoid?
The Martians were extremely humanoid, only they had a slightly bigger skull, and but very, very humanoid. The humanoid form is used a lot throughout time and space.
Were they wiped out in Atlantis when it?
Who?
The Martians.
No
so
way. They're running the world right now.
That's what I'm wondering.
The secret government is almost totally run by Martians.
I was wondering if they're connected with the Greys from that time also.
Well, see, the Martians are really very ancient race, older than the Greys, really. And in fact, this is the reason a lot of people wondered the Greys who have been here, for those of you who, the Greys, for some of you who don't know who the Greys are, they're a race of beings that are really all over the place. They've got worlds all over the place. One of their primary places where most of the Greys that come here are centered around the middle star of the belt of Orion, which is the Crab Nebula, which is an exploding nebula, and that shock waves from that, as they expand out, are wiping out their worlds, one right after another. And so they're looking for new places to be. However, that's not their real problem. They're concerned with problems much deeper than just some of their planets being wiped out. Much, much deeper. And the Greys are a race who are little tiny people with these big heads and these huge eyes, little tiny mouth, and they have kind of gray skin. That's why they're called gray. And they believed in what Lucifer said a long time ago, and they followed the Lucifer rebellion. And basically, they severed their connections from God, the love connection, which was necessary, and to create the external Merkaba, which is the UFO. And they got in these ships and began to live separately from the rest of the universe, along with lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of other races that did this. And they, because their emotional bond and love was gone, they slowly quit being involved with sexual energy and began to use test tube, you might say test tube babies, so that's got very sophisticated. And they quit eating, drinking mostly liquids and blood was their primary thing. And they changed, they ended up with no emotional body, no feelings, no compassion, no nothing, just pure logic and none of that kind of stuff. The Martians were really kind of like their great-grandfathers. And this is the reason why when the Greys came here and immediately started doing all the experiments and all the interfering that they did, the direct manipulation, the reason, there are a lot of life around this planet. You wouldn't believe, if you don't know, you wouldn't believe how much life is centered around this planet right now. When life forms come in, they come in on one overtone higher. And so, because that way we can't see them, and yet they can monitor us, and then they're just one breath away from being here whenever they want to be here. And it's very convenient. There's so many people here right now, the overtone around the Earth is filled. It's like a Rams parking lot. It's just like solid. There's no more space left. And they've gone to the second overtone. And the second overtone is just about filled up. There's so much life here wanting to witness this unique situation that's developed. And so there's so much life here focused on here. I mean, you got the whole universe focused on this place, that they can stop the Greys like that. Why not? Why don't they? Why can the Greys just go in here and take hundreds of thousands of people and manipulate them and do all these things like this? Because we have Grey blood in us through the Martians. The Martians and the Greys are brother and sister, interlinked, and we have that blood in us, and so they have a lineage link to us, and because of that, they have this law, they have the right to be able to do this. No one else can get away with it. If anyone else tried to do it, they would just stop them flat out. But the Greys do this, and they knew they could get away with it. And they chose us because we still have an emotional body. And they have now learned that the only way that they can get through the Great Wall is they can't take their spaceships through the Great Wall. They have to learn how to create a living Merkaba, which requires understanding of the laws and your connection to God, the emotional body, specifically unconditional love for all life. These things must be whirling around you in counter-rotating motions, which creates the living Merkaba field, which is the only vehicle that's ever been able to get through the Great Wall. And they don't know how to create one of these because they got a missing component, no emotional body. And so they have this is what I mean, they've got a real problem, because this dimensional level appears to be about ready to be non-functional for a while. And so their great problem is they got to get out of here, and they can't. They're trapped in something that is going to recycle them, you might say. their form is going to be destroyed, and their spirit is going to be forced to. I don't know exactly what happens under those circumstances. I don't know how. The spirit cannot be killed. Can't be destroyed. So I don't know how. If it starts over, I don't know what the procedure is. I'm not sure. But they've got a real problem. They chose us because we have our emotional body. They got this connection with us, allowing them to do these kind of things. And so what their decision was, from purely logical mind, was, well, we can't make it through, so we will make a sub-race with our genes in it that maybe can make it through. So they took human beings, and lots of them, and experimented with them. They first started experimenting with cows and horses and a few other animals, very specific animals. Animals, you see, when we started breathing in this way, taking the air in and out through our mouth and our nose and not through the top channels up through like this here, that was the direct result of that was good and evil consciousness. And when we started bringing animals into us closely, those animals by resonance began to breathe the way we did. And so the cows and the horses and the dogs and the cats and all these things are doing exactly the kind of breathing patterns that we have. And so the initial steps were to do experimentation with the animals that were associated with us, primarily cows. And so there was cattle mutilation. If you look at Linda Howe's work that she did through ABC, called The Strange Harvest, that was set up around there, and you look at that carefully, and if you talk to her now, and the evidence she has out now, she can prove to you that nobody on Earth could possibly do the cattle mutilation. There is no technology known on Earth that can even come close to do this. They found cows, for example. Not only is all the surgery, high-tech laser surgery that only a few people in the world can even do, and there's hundreds of thousands of cows out there, somebody would be real busy doing all this stuff. But on top of that, they're finding these cows without one single red blood cell in them. Not even one. We have no technology that can do this, that we know of. You talk to any doctor, there's no technology that can remove every single red blood cell out of every single tissue in the entire body. We don't know how they did it. And yet there they are. They're doing it. And they're primarily taking out the breathing apparatus and the sexual organs, because that's the areas that they wanted to study, was the sexual energy and the breathing patterns of these animals. And then they started doing it with people. They look at us like bugs. They see us on such a low level that we don't even count from their point of view. It would be like us taking a little, like when we're working with rats. We don't think, well, who cares? They don't matter. It doesn't matter if they hurt or anything like that. They don't see us as being much more than just a very, very low level of life. And from a logical point of view, that may be true. From a compassionate, loving point of view, that's not really true at all. But they don't have that aspect of themselves. And so they wanted to create another race of beings that would be primarily their genes, but connecting in our sexual energy and our emotional body. That's what they really wanted to do, and blend that in with them and create this race between the two of us, hoping that race would be able to create the living Merkaba and would be able to go into over the Great Wall, which evidently it did. It was able to do it, though this is not going to happen until 2012, from where we sit here now. That race does make it through. And an example of that is Bashar. Who's familiar with Bashar here? Bashar is the end result of that race, coming from 300 years in the future back to here. But their ultimate plan, what the Greys have in mind for us, is not very nice. They do not really care what happens to us. Their plan, and they had underground bases all over the whole world. Their primary base was in Dulce, which was around Dulce, between the New Mexico and Colorado border, which was more cattle mutilation there than anywhere else in the world. However, cows were found everywhere, even on isolated islands out in the middle of the Pacific. And so don't know how far I want to get into all of this stuff with these guys, but what they planned to do originally was to get this other race going, create it primarily on the fourth dimensional level, so it was really used to functioning from those levels of existence, and then open up very rapidly the fourth dimensional level on the Earth, which would kill everybody on the planet. We would all go into total separation and chaos and wipe us all out, exterminate all life on the planet, and replace us with this super race, which was more them than us. And that was their plan. And I don't really think that that plan has totally been stopped, though a great deal of pressure has been applied for them to not do this. And the person who raised the ship up, the very first thing that she did after she got the crystal that controlled the programming and changed the geomancy of the whole planet and put it into down her spine, the very first thing she did after she did that was she thought, the Greys are all now, as long as the Greys are here, they are going to find themselves getting sick from an incurable disease that's associated only with Earth. They leave here, there'll be no problem. Immediately, Greys all over the world started dying. Within 30 to 60 days, there were people, the UFO people were all going, what's going on? What's going on? All the Greys are dying. The secret governments, which originally made pacts with them and contracts with them and thought that they were the good guys, eventually got down the line and realized they weren't really the good guys, and actually went to war with them and were winning. They went into certain bases and, I mean, just like mowed them down. The guys couldn't even resist them. And they finally, by the end of 1992, almost all, and that's what she said, that they had to leave by the end of 1992. There were hardly any Greys here left at all. And at this point, they're probably existing, if there are any at all, outside the fields and coming in very quickly and getting back out because they can't stay here for very long. But where'd they go? They just shifted it back to another planet called Mars and set up all their bases all over there, and now they've got all their operations still going there, just as strong as ever, but they can't come near the Earth. And she didn't try to totally stop them. She just said, you can't be here anymore. That's all she said. And so it's not over. There's still a lot going on those levels, but it's okay. We've already won this game. And though there are a lot of real interesting things coming up in the next few years, maybe this year, maybe real soon, maybe tonight. I don't know.